What a day to be alive, Doug. What a day.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Billikens, shish, boom, bah.
It had to be, past midnight at least in Buffalo. Welcome in, Morning After. TMA brought to you by Brown & Group and Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt here with you on this Friday. And Doug likes to say, I'm going to be no good to you.
You're not going to be much good?
No. I'm saying today I will not accept that from you.
Okay.
Not with Missouri, the Tigers in town.
Yeah.
With the tournament in town. Kentucky fans will be taking over this town very soon. But the Billikens winning in a preposterous performance.
Yeah, did anybody really see that coming?
Not to that extent.
No. I think they'd have beaten anybody last night.
The way they were playing to score 102 points on only 9 threes, 66 points in the paint for a team that's certainly not their strength.
They made Georgia look sick.
Yeah. You have to question Mike White and Georgia's prep this week for how they came out against SLU. That was crazy.
If it wasn't for Jeremiah Wilkinson just being scorching hot, they'd have lost by 50. And the Billikens could have scored 110, 115 points if they hadn't quit with 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
When Josh Schertz's son is on, and then Isaac is at Holmes.
Right.
Do you see him get blocked? This is late in the game.
Yeah.
I understand if you turned it off. He gets blocked by clearly a more athletic Georgia player. The Georgia player is even laughing. And they cut to the SLU bench, and all of the starters who had been out for a while are trying hard to hide their laughter.
He was just crushed. He thought he was finally going to get a three-pointer off. Nope.
Some kid who's probably a 4-star recruit is like, what is this, a walk-on from Chairman Kurt's AAU squad? Who is this kid?
Yeah.
They won by 25. They could have won by 40.
If I would have told you that Jaden Schertz got in the game before the game happened, would you have thought it's because they were getting
30.
smoked or because they were crushing him?
Yeah, he's 20-20. That would have been a 40-40. Down 40, put the coach's kid in. Unbelievable.
That was awesome.
They played so well in the first half, I thought, gee, I'm sorry the half is ending because halftime they might lose their momentum. Then they came out and scored the first 18 points of the second half.
Yeah, it was absolute dominance. Huge credit to those guys, too, because, you tip off, about 10:10 local time out there in Buffalo. You've had a whole day to think about this game. You're watching the other games. It's really hard to come out in a situation like that. We've talked about playing early in conference tournaments. Playing super late like this is no easy task. And to go out there and completely dismantle a good Georgia team who plays a very similar style to you, but you do everything they do but better in a game like that, huge credit to Josh Schertz and the Billikens.
What I never would have predicted was the dominance in the paint or just the amount of bunnies they got. I mean, it's unbelievable. A team that lives on the perimeter, doesn't have a lot of size. And I think it was Jason Benetti on the call who said it was surgical when you talk about their passing.
13 no-dribble layups.
Yeah, that's coaching, too.
Yeah.
That's really good coaching and really unselfish play.
Yeah.
Nobody seems to care who scores. Deion Brown's game is so unusual, and that he's got to be the smallest power forward in the country.
Yeah.
He's 6'3" and gets all of his points in the paint from 2 feet away.
Yeah. He's a pretty strong kid, you can tell.
Yeah.
Gets down low. When he got the second foul, I thought, oh, here we go.
Right.
Foul trouble's going to do him in. They had almost back-to-back fouls on three-point shots. And I screamed. I was watching on my phone. I was sitting outside the Enterprise Center watching on my phone, and I screamed, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And I said, oh, God, are they just tight? Are they not ready for the moment? And instead, and Schertz left Brown out there with the 2 fouls, and they commented on that quite a bit too, and it worked. If you're a SLU fan, not just a game you can thoroughly enjoy, but the product. You had basically Benetti and Jim Jackson oohing and ahhing, talking about they rolled out every nickname for Robbie Avila. They kept showing his parents. For people who have been long-time backers of the program, that's a long time coming, too. To not just get into the tournament, oh, it's nice, a cute little story, now go home. Instead, the whole country's got, you got to look at that score and say, SLU did what?
Yeah, really good advertisement for the program.
Yeah.
Huge.
If you're a player, you had to look at that and say, boy, that'd be a fun system to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. The way they played last night was, and I was a little nervous because I thought they were struggling with guarding without fouling. I thought they were getting handsy sometimes, and the foul count was getting high. I was like, all right, this is how Georgia's going to stay in the game. They're going to live at the free throw line because SLU's going to get too handsy with them. But they outlasted that, and they did everything Georgia, like I said that earlier, like Georgia, they looked like the ideal version of Georgia last night. Just running, gunning, killing him in transition. limiting them to one possession was a great rebounding night. SLU's game is so dependent, I think, on limiting to one possession one shot per possession, and they did such an outstanding job of that last night. I was so thoroughly impressed by the performance in a major way.
The problem is that your team is up by 19, and you just saw North Carolina blow a 19-point second-half lead, which sounds impossible. It's one thing in the first half to be down 19, but you saw VCU come back from 19 down. So that whole time SLU's dominant. I'm like, you can't enjoy it.
No.
You just can't feel good about it.
They were up by 35, and Georgia scored 6 in a row, and I said, oh, no. So it's down to 29.
Yeah, blue cane.
Yeah.
Oh, unbelievable. Now they're going to play at 11:10 Saturday morning.
Yeah, flip
So
it.
you had the late night Thursday, early Saturday against Michigan. A lot will be talked and written about. Dusty May, coach at Michigan, one of Coach Schertz's best friends in the business, maybe just in life. So Billikens move on. Mizzou tonight, 9:10-ish. That'll be, what, 9:30 maybe?
Yeah, probably.
You're talking about a midnight finish. It's fine. It's a Friday night. We haven't talked much about Miami. You know, I was just thinking about this whole, like, even doing a multitude of live shots, Doug, a lot of opportunity for me to be on in
How'd
Charlotte,
that go last night?
Des Moines. Well, at times you feel like a fraud because they say, all right, you're on in Indianapolis. They're like, hey, Martin, tell us about Purdue. They're going to be able to avoid the dreaded 215. You're like, oh, yeah, you know, this squad, and Matt Painter thinks. Next hit. Okay, Charlotte's on. Hey, can Queens pull? Absolutely. Do you know how many times a 15's beaten a 2? Let's talk about Lehigh taking down Duke. Hampton nicked Iowa State. You start rattling off all these 15s.
We send it out to Marvin Kilborn.
Yes. I got to say, they got the name right mostly. Big opportunity. San Francisco wanted to talk about Santa Clara.
Yeah.
But the thing I probably enjoyed.
And so do you do that, or you just give them word salad?
Well, on each one, Doug, I try to have a little nugget for them, a little insight. Paint the picture of our town and how big this is going to be on Friday with all these different teams here.
It's kind of fun.
Oh,
I didn't mind it, to be honest. What I spent the most time watching, because I like logistics, and I laugh at sometimes if somebody gets a badge or a little bit of power, and I believe this gentleman, I don't believe he's from St. Louis. Pretty sure he worked for the NCAA. So it's just the shoot around. No coach is getting any real work in. It's for show. It's just kind of fun. See the floor, see the rim. Each team's out there for about 40 minutes. The bands are playing. Some fan, Doug was down there rooting on Mizzou.
Media day, doing interviews.
Yeah, just kind of laid back, the atmosphere. But throughout the concourse, you know, there's reporters from all these different stations. We have 8 different teams. So a lot of different markets are there, whether they're from Lexington, Kentucky, or Kansas City, whatever. And all these stations start to pop up to do reports. And we went up into a suite. We were up a little higher because I just kind of wanted a headquarters spread out. And anytime somebody would turn on a light, like on the camera, whoosh, you know how there's a light that faces the, the reporter's face gets lit up. This guy would run. No, not in my arena. And he would say, no lights. And everybody was stunned because that's how you do a report. Right. And they were not, these are not spotlights from Alcatraz pointing down at the court. They weren't blinding anybody.
Yeah.
They were a good 100 yards away. And he would run up the steps and just berate him. Okay. And he'd get down, I'd see him walk down the court, and he'd sit for a second. And there's another one. He would run. It was like whack-a-mole. And I could hear him screaming, no, not in my arena.
Gee.
And I was like, that's a job?
So that's like, I guess, no flash photography. But didn't it used to be where all the cameras would be down on the baseline, and like when Jordan was playing, they would snap 100 shots of him and the lights would go crazy?
That's a good thought.
I thought that was the case.
This one sounds like an NCAA rule.
Yeah.
They're famous for coming up with rules just to nag you.
100%. And so I'm watching this and I'm thinking, this is the NCAA right here.
Yeah.
That's crumbled.
Yeah.
This is what a kid who couldn't have a free sandwich from a coach.
Yeah, right.
Is now paying players millions.
Yeah.
Because you went to court, got your clocks clean, because you were so high in my. I'm like, it doesn't matter. The guy's doing his job, I guess.
Someone's ass needs a paddle.
But I was just saying, this right there, that's the NCAA saying, we're still in charge.
Yeah, right.
We're still in charge here. And I thought, you know who would enjoy this? Doug Vaughn.
So did you turn the lights off when you?
No, we went into a suite, which was a couple, a notch higher, and we kind of went under the radar. But we had Doug. This face needs a little help, so we had the camera. We had the light on.
Yeah.
Lensman Jake was not going to be told
It was
no.
Lensman Jake.
Lensman Jake. He's like,
He's a gamer.
He's like, we're fine. We're fine.
And meanwhile, what's going on the court is so important. The players are launching half-court shots and laughing and joking around, and signing autographs.
Wearing cut-off sweatpants.
That's what you couldn't have a light for.
Correct.
Way up in the press box.
And I get it. People hate the media, hate TV. It's fine. But the level of importance he took doing this, I just thought this is the old NCAA who's not letting go. This is our tournament. This is our tournament.
This guy had one job, and that was it.
He was running up and down, screaming. And it was like whack-a-mole. I was laughing because I could see, 119's about to flip on. I can see him about to flip on. Looks like Kansas City's about to go live. I could just see it all playing.
Yeah, and the guy's out there like in the hawk's nest looking around.
At least he didn't have a BB gun shooting out the lights or anything.
That would have been good, though. Heads up.
It's never easy when you go to those things.
No.
It is never easy.
ILL with a great second half as well against UPenn.
Text of the day, by the way. The unknown DJ said that poor guy just lost his job in Lambert. He's just trying to put food on the table.
Yeah.
That's what it reminded me of. Hey, welcome to town.
Yeah.
Now get out.
Lambert University.
How dare you cover this? It's the last thing we want.
Yes, ILL opens with a 35-point win over the Quakers of Penn, sort of as expected.
Just a 10-point halftime lead, but and that's what I feel like you saw a lot of yesterday, whereas like whether it's 16, obviously Siena Duke a little different. That came down to the wire, but like the real high seeds, talking about like the 14, 15, 16s, kind of sticking around for maybe 30 minutes or less, and then the big dogs pulling away. You saw that with Michigan Howard, some other games too. But Illinois, good job of coming out in that second half and dominating. Mirkovic, what a player. For a freshman to be that dominant, it's awesome. Him and Wagler are
But
awesome.
when you see Siena give Duke a good run, it leads you to believe SLU has a shot against Michigan.
Sure. Siena went, 6-minute scoring drought in the second half and only lost by, 4? Yeah, I mean, that's...
71-65.
Yeah, okay, 6. So, yeah, they literally scored 0 points for a 6-minute stretch in the second half, and we're still right there all the way to the end against the number 1 overall seed.
Do you think the biggest winner was the mid-major conversation?
Absolutely.
Saying nobody will play us, and then they kind of get disregarded, kind of like the NCAA, get out.
Except now they're really not going to play them.
Yeah, right.
Try to schedule one of these teams now.
Yeah, but yeah,
SLU will have to play High Point.
Right.
Miami of Ohio will have to play VCU.
But yeah, Miami, High Point, VCU, SLU, all those mid-majors just coming out and playing ball, man. And VCU, what an impressive win.
And Papers, you told us that Nebraska would have a tough time with Troy.
Yeah, that didn't
age
I
well.
soft-sold that one, though.
You just had to be careful.
I soft-sold that one. I did say Wisconsin. I think you and I were on the same page on that, Martin.
That they were safe.
That Wisconsin was going to be safe. And if not for, that High Point, that finish was just incredible.
And a couple of St. Louis kids. Rob Martin went to CBC. Cameron Fletcher went to Vaughn. I think he's been a couple of different places. But 2 different St. Louis kids on that High Point win. Opening day of the brackets. We didn't give you a lead pipe lock.
No,
we didn't.
No, but you nailed it with the double-digit seeds getting, 2 wins at least?
We said we'd get 2.
I gave you a win with Michigan Howard and the point spread.
There you go.
Michigan was favored by 30.5. There's not many games that get that lopsided because these teams have another game to play in 2 days. Every game could be the end of the season. So when they get way ahead, they get the guys out.
There's actually Howard kind of being there as late as they were that forced Michigan to fully put on the gas to finish them out.
Texas A&M as a 10 seed, part of our double digit.
Buckyball.
Not a traditional.
I gave that one away. No one cared. I went on the fast lane yesterday.
We only care when you miss one.
Yeah, I went on the fast lane yesterday where I was throwing Troy in my face and High Point in my face. No one wanted to talk about Buckyball. I was all over that.
How about the fact Nebraska had never won a tournament game? Isn't that just shocking?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Never.
Such a football school.
Their play-by-play guy, their version of Rammer, they said had been there 40-plus years and finally got to call an NCAA tournament win.
They were a Big 12 and Big 8 doormat for decades in hoops.
Papers, you making a return engagement on the fast lane today because the boys, again, BK, Ferrario, fast lane, live coverage, day 2 of the tournament at Ray's Sports House.
Yeah, that's out in Soulard. It's where
Soulard, I believe we call it.
It's where Lowen's. It's the same building Lowen's was in. It's a great spot. It's a Mizzou bar.
Is that new? Llewellyn's was there not too long ago. Wasn't
Yeah, it's been in the last 2 to 3 years it opened, but it's a Mizzou bar. I've watched plenty of Mizzou Tiger games there, and it's a great atmosphere. I don't believe I'll be going out there again, but you never know. But it was really fun yesterday being on with those fellas, just watching ball at Helen
And
Fitzgerald's.
you were on the gauntlet.
I was on the gauntlet, and
You were the expert of choice.
the way the gauntlet works is the person who calls in to play. He was a returning champ, and then he chose me, and the category was hockey. And
So the category was chosen first.
no category.
Okay, so they
guy
picked you,
picks
and
the
then you
guy,
end up
and then
with
they
hockey.
spin the wheel
Oof.
to see which of the 4 topics it'll be, or 4 or 5, and it was hockey this time.
How'd that go?
I went 0 for 4. Hilariously 0 for 4.
What'd you miss?
Really
Any
bad.
questions you can remember?
No, I don't even remember anyone whose name. Some about some guy in college. Maybe a guy. What position did he play? I didn't know. It sounded like Pascal Siakam, but it was Pascal something else. I don't know.
Rayom?
Yeah, there it is. I didn't know what position he played. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
His sister was a goalie,
Okay.
and she played pretty high up there.
Maybe that wasn't the
Mostly
right
because
question.
she looked like a supermodel.
Yeah, I can try to pull
Menon
the audio, maybe.
Rayon.
I'll pull the audio for later.
Okay.
Well, as pointed out on the text line, a total of 4 double digits did. High Point as a 12. Texas was an 11. So you forget, like Texas and Texas A&M don't feel like
Good one from
traditional
Texas,
double
over BYU.
digits, but yeah. Texas as an 11 gets
A&M.
past BYU.
What I loved
A&M.
about the SLU offense was that they show you can score lots and lots of points without making the 3 the dominant part of your offense.
Mm-hmm.
They still hit threes, some, but that's not what got them to 102 points.
No.
It's so many easy buckets.
66 points in the paint. I think I saved a couple
65.
of 65. Yeah.
Oh, no, 66 in the paint. Most in the last 7 NCAA tournaments.
Yeah.
First time 8 players have scored 9 or more points. And I don't know if that was an ever. There were so many things rolling in last night.
Yeah. St. Louis is the only 9 seed or worse to score 100 in an NCAA tournament game in the last 15 years. Only 13 teams since 2011 have hit 100 points or more in a tourney game.
Yeah, boy, they had it all working. And at the beginning, they looked a little bit tight. They threw the ball away a couple times, and they lost a dribble a couple times. And I thought either they're nervous or they need a point guard who can dribble the ball up the court.
Right.
But they got it worked out.
Yeah. They did a great job of moving in transition. Robbie Avila was doing so many times. You could tell Georgia was doing the same thing a bunch of teams, just trying to run them off the 3. And they did a great job of, all right, if you're going to pressure us this hard off the ball, we're just going to back cut you to death. And that's exactly what they did.
There were a couple of sequences where it was a track meet.
Yeah.
And it was just, and the ball would just be going through the net. Let's say Georgia made it. SLU's already grabbed it, and here we go.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
Running
they're
gun.
barely stepping out of bounds.
Yeah, that over covered handily.
Somebody had a tweet that said, I don't think the guy was from St. Louis, just an observer somewhere else. He said, St. Louis U has 4 of the fastest, most athletic players you've ever seen, and the 5th guy looks like your church pastor, and he's the best player they got.
Yeah, 100%. He's the nucleus of the offense.
Hey, Paleho, what's your local rankings now?
I'm not doing this.
Bait.
Yeah, not doing this.
Jackson, we were awesome yesterday on the Fast Lane.
Thanks, man.
Ever think about maybe switching into that radio show permanently? Oof. I don't know if that's a shot. Is that a joke?
Backhanded?
Huntley, Hot Wife Hunter.
No, this is my home. But happy to be a guest in someone else's house for a
So
little
that
bit.
was 8 hours of radio, or are they on 3 hours?
I didn't do the whole show. I did 2.5 hours.
So
with
they wanted
them.
you gone after a while? They
No,
weren't happy?
I was only supposed to be there till 5, and I was having a lot of fun. So I was like, mind if I stick around a little longer? And they said, stay the whole time if you want.
Okay.
And then so I left around 5:30.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was great. Went to my cousin's house, watched a little ball after that. Went to a buddy's house after that, watched ball. Didn't get home till like the SLU game tipped off. It was a full day of watching ball, hanging out, talking with people. It was a really fun day yesterday, and it was beautiful out.
Amateur proctologist Jackson, you're going to be at the Enterprise Center tonight, 9:15 for the Tigers versus Hurricanes. I don't think anybody is going to be. Are you guys going to be in attendance?
I will not be there for tonight's game, but if Mizzou is to win, I will be there Sunday.
I'm seeing
I have
on the
tickets
game-
for Sunday.
Oh, have you really?
Yeah, I have
Oh,
tickets
good for
for
you.
Sunday.
I see the cheapest tonight is still about $222 upper deck in the end zone.
Yeah. I don't think I'll be able to make it tonight, but if they're playing, likely Purdue on Sunday, your boy will be there.
Now, how'd you get these tickets?
Through some folks.
You got
you got people.
connections.
You got people.
I got people. They're very kind people. I appreciate them.
Mr. Martin, you look so cute on the Indianapolis airwaves. Tease me, Doug. Tease me with your scent of the day. Thanks, and free perk from Brian Henson, one of my loyal viewers, Doug, in Indianapolis.
You have a scent of the day?
It's kind of a Victor Mature like Musk.
Yeah.
You guys are idiots.
Yeah.
The lead is The Bachelorette being canceled. That's from
I saw that.
the Linda sniffer. I did not see that.
Yeah, the lead, a woman, a video surfaced of her being violent against her child or her husband that she broke up with. So I guess ABC took a look at that video and said, we're going to cut the show.
So this season's done, not the show proper?
Yeah, the whole show, the whole thing has not been canceled, just this season.
Just this season, okay.
I don't know if they can whip another one together real quick or not. Probably not.
Yeah, that'd likely be tough.
But that's a lot of primetime programming you got to fill.
Yeah, geez. Can only imagine.
Mizzou would beat SLU by 10 from Ricky Putz. All right, we're not going there. We're enjoying SLU. And
Listen,
we're previewing
SLU
Mizzou.
I don't think anyone denied that the last month was far from their best basketball, and they were put under the microscope, and it was on them to, if they're going to make a season out of this, if they're going to capitalize on the equity they've gained, both locally and nationally, they had to do something special, and they did exactly that. It's a huge credit to Josh Schertz. It's a huge credit to all the guys on the team. That's not easy to do, especially given all the spotlight you've been given. Some guys cower away. SLU did the opposite. They shined even brighter, so huge credit to them. I'm happy to admit I was wrong on that.
Guys, I saw Chaffetz doing keg stands around midnight in Buffalo last night. I wouldn't rule it out. Dr. Chaffetz, who has invested a ton of money and energy into the program, just good for SLU. That whole experience, as you see the mascot crushing tables, you get it, the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
And then you have the Bill. Doug, do you get it like the Bills?
Yeah, they crush tables in Buffalo
and then
football
these are
game.
the SLU Bills in Buffalo.
I didn't see Chaffetz in a crowd cutaway. I assume he was there.
I saw online he was there, I'm sure.
It didn't look too
There all
populated, given I assume that was the game time there.
But look at a decent amount of SLU fans.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
just building-wise.
building-wise,
Correct.
and that's to be expected.
Probably didn't get a lot of Buffalo locals showing up at that game.
Neither team anywhere near where Buffalo is, and it's a super, super late tip. I mean, geez, what is that time? Midnight 20 by the time it ended
Because it
there?
started after 9.
Yeah, it started like
That's the
9,
old time,
10.
so that's after 10 up there.
Yeah, right.
Oof.
Yeah, it's a late game. And I thought that they were like Michigan Howard ended with plenty of time. I get like in between sessions it probably takes a while to clear everybody out, but in the same session I feel like you could, 10 minutes to clear the first team off, 20 minutes to warm up. Felt like it was a lot longer than that in between.
So now Billikens, Michigan. Anything can happen in the tournament. We know that. We'll get a break of the papers. Let's break it down. Let's X and O.
We will. We have
Chop
some audio from Josh Schertz talking about his friend
Doug,
Dusty
we have
May.
audio.
Oh, that's nice.
And previewing their matchup that we'll get to in the next segment or the segment after that.
Yeah, it's the polosplus.com dossier. It's a Friday. Joey Vitale checks in. I see that the Blues are in Vancouver, and I've been told that game is now on Saturday. They moved it. I had a Francesa-esque opening. I had the Blues game wrong. I had the Illini bracket wrong.
Yeah.
I'm going to have Francesa's son tweet on my behalf.
That'd be nice if you would.
And explain it all. But Joey Vitale is going to join us at 8:15 Blues on the road. Canucks on Saturday. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. Will he make the trip? Gabe famously doesn't leave Como, but I think this one is going to be hard to skip.
I think he'll be there.
Yeah, I think he said he was going.
I think he was there yesterday doing some
journalism.
I hope he didn't turn a light on.
He tweeted out something great. I saw that it was like this week, like the March Madness week, is always such an example of like why there should be open locker rooms, because there's so many great stories and people to tell the stories, but they just don't get the opportunity.
Yeah, that's really, I guess COVID probably just canceled that.
I guess.
And the coaches don't want the players preoccupied with that.
Probably, but it is great when you get to hear like these young players who are often have a lot of character and charisma and talking about their season and talking about their journeys. I really always enjoy that, and I do wish it would happen year-round.
Gabe's coming up 9 o'clock. Ryan Luechtefeld, proud Billiken, is with us at 10 o'clock. That is the I almost call it the Pujols Plus. What if he opened a line of clothing? What do you want, man? Double X? Polosplus.com. We're in the Stiefel Studios. TMA, of course, powered by Brown and Crouppen. You can text in throughout the show. Many have already started to do that. 399-9646. 314-399-9646. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt, he's ready. Chairman Kurt's ready. 314-974-1112. 0101. And then, Doug, you like that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat? If I look over Paper's shoulder,
Oh, yeah.
why did Timmy Mack take off the first week of March Madness? He's not allowed to be because it's March Madness.
Yeah.
I think the kids are on break is the answer.
Yeah.
No matter when you take off, someone could say, how could you possibly take off for fill in the blank?
Yeah. Flag Day.
Mm-hmm. The start of baseball season, the start of football season, the football playoffs.
There's always
the
something
hockey
going on.
playoffs.
Yeah.
Why can't they play the fishing drop? That's from the Nipper School Monitor. I don't know what that even means. Papers, that's back to you.
I thought you were
Why
going
can't
fishing.
we play the fishing drop?
I played it yesterday.
Did you?
I guess not in its entirety. I think out of context, it would be kind of rough sounding if we were giggling about it.
Okay.
And then we were berated for laughing about Fox cutting away from the Bassmasters.
Yeah.
Then we were told that we're not real men.
I want to
agreed.
give that guy text of the day who was mad at us about the bass fishing. That guy was great.
And you have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That comes right around 9:45. Fire off your pithy thoughts at the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's a Friday edition, Doug, and nobody's going to bring us down today.
No, they
just can't do it.
We're going to try, but we won't let them.
Oh, they'll try. They're already trying.
Yeah.
That's how it happens here on this show, but we're ready. All Billikens, all Mizzou, ILL.
Yeah.
Cardinals won yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, that too.
What a time to be alive.
Boy, it's great.
Yeah.
80 degrees today.
Yeah. It's a good time, man.
Welcome to town.
Yes, sir.
Cyclone fan. That was one toss. One of my last live hits, Doug, in Des Moines. The anchor said, "We understand there's a lot of Cyclones fans already showing up." Now, in my head, in that half second, I thought, I haven't seen one. Literally. And I said, oh, yeah, it's going to be unbelievable on Friday when you think about Kentucky and then Iowa State and then Purdue. There was a lot of regional draws. A lot of fans showing up, huh? Oh, yeah. They're
TV news operations are obsessed with the fans.
yes.
Much more than the game itself.
The game, for years, they'd say, all right, we're going to have you in the A block. It's the World Series. It's the NLCS. It's the NHL playoffs. First, we'll go down to the fans, and then we'll go to you. And I would always say, I don't care who's first or second, but aren't the fans reacting to the actual game? So shouldn't the game story
They want the
would
fans.
go first? What are the fans saying? Just a big old fan.
Just like you.
Texting fan. Let's open them up. Doug, you love when the phone lines are
Well,
open.
the phone lines are poison.
It's going to get jam-packed with guests later. If you want to call in and you're a Billiken fan, gloat a little bit, enjoy it. That's what we do here. It's the People's Show. TMA, brought to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, you hear this? Who do you picture? I'm picturing Pat O'Brien. Remember?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Sitting there with his mustache and glasses.
Yeah.
CBS at the half.
Vern Lundquist always did a great job on those games. A lot of them are really good. Jim Nance is great. And
I was picturing the studio just rolling back in. Guys, you took the under on the 2.5 wins combined from Mizzou, SLU, and Illinois. You aren't very smart, are you? I think most of us took the over. That's from Big Saucy taking us to task. However, let's go to Predictionary.
Yeah, sorry. Unfortunate for who was
Big
that?
Saucy?
Big Saucy.
I think I was on the under.
This is all we have it saved for.
We said the combined wins in this tournament for SLU, Mizzou, and Illinois. We set the number at 2.5.
Yes, and everybody but Doug was on the over.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Well, I said I really hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, and that
Not wrong yet.
if
but I hope
everyone
I am.
loses from Mizzou, Illinois, and SLU for the rest of the way, then you'd be correct.
And SLU's going to be a sizable underdog.
Yeah.
And Mizzou, that's about a toss-up.
Yeah,
Mizzou
I
game.
think that they're a 2.5-point dog.
So we're at 2 now.
Yeah.
Only need one more.
2 now. Illinois will
They'll
be
get
going
one,
up against.
they'll get one more now, I think.
Illinois is going up against VCU. I love Illinois in that game.
How big of an upset do you think that was? VCU beat North Carolina.
Well, North Carolina is without their best player, Caleb Wilson. Having said that, they're still the better team by a decent amount. And that was a great comeback by VCU. That was awesome to watch. Their point guard who's just nailing everything. That was super fun. Going to overtime. VCU almost gave it away at the end of regulation, throwing the ball away on the inbounds pass and then letting Seth Trimble get a halfway decent look. But VCU pulls away.
Wait a minute. Was that NBA music?
That was Round Ball Rock.
Yeah, the John Tesh, but that's the NBA music.
Whatever.
I didn't even pick up on
But
that.
CBS has been using it.
I was thinking CBS, but you groomed us with NBA music.
I think they've been using it in college basketball. In between it being used in the NBA and now it's resurgence with NBC getting the NBA rights back, I think they've been using it in college basketball.
Papers, you're my boy for playing that NBA music.
Whatever. Yeah, so you're nitpicking a little bit if you're like, oh, that was NBA music, not college basketball music.
In the opening segment, we talked SLU for like the first 10 minutes, then we drifted as we tend to, just for a little bit. And I looked up and talk SLU. We talked a lot of Billikens. How can you not after the dominant win over Georgia last night? Hopefully folks stayed up and took it all in a 25-point win. That should have been more. I mean, it would have been more.
Yeah.
They called off the Dogs, beat Georgia soundly. Coach Schertz, friend of the program, with his thoughts on the game.
I thought our guys, set a great tone early in the game from a physicality standpoint. It certainly leaving Pittsburgh felt like, our fight and our competitiveness was getting back to the level that we were used to, and we had to bring some discipline and brains to it. And after some bad fouls early, I thought we did a great job in all the areas we needed to. I thought we really, we played super hard. We were really physical. I thought we executed well, and I thought we were connected and together. So proud of our guys. Certainly a great win, and now we'll get a chance to try to do it again. Play, obviously I think the best team in the country on Saturday.
Coach Schertz following the 102-77 win. A little bit of everything, really, from all these players. There was a moment early, I'm like, Quentin Jones, like, oh, he's having a bad game. And then you just see the thunderous dunk. Like, boy, he's a stud, too.
His dunk, yeah. Thames had a nice one.
It looked like Sharma got hurt there when he took a knee to the head late in the game. I thought, oh, boy, you got to get all these guys out.
Yeah.
But he stayed in.
Yep, tough.
And there was a play late, I guess before they yanked all the starters, where Georgia, there was a loose ball, and Robbie Avila ran back after it, and there's 2 Georgia players going after it. I thought, just let him have it, Robbie. Just let him have it.
Yeah.
Don't dive for the ball.
No.
And he did. He just let him have a layup.
Yeah, for sure. Did you stay up for the entirety of the game?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. I went to bed about with like 12 minutes left to go in the second half.
You didn't.
You felt comfortable with that lead.
Absolutely. I was gassed. It was a long day of watching ball and talking ball.
Well, that was the one game that I was really going to watch.
Me too. That's the only, if you were to say pick one game to watch today, it'd be the SLU Georgia game, but it was also the latest game.
It is a blur because you could sit here and talk about that VCU game, Ohio State, the BYU Texas game, and it just
Yeah, we were talking about in the break. You just don't have time to digest or reflect on any of the games because right as one ends, another one's halfway through, and that's a tight game.
Robbie Avila, 12 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. Boy, they were whipping that ball around.
Yeah.
So many great passes. Here's SLU Hoops.
We just talked about how it's a long basketball game. The first 20 minutes were over, but we had 20 more minutes left to play, and so we knew if we came out strong and, we really reset the tone in those first few minutes, we could really take their will away. And so I think it showed because we were able to, after the first, I think we scored 6, they called a timeout, and then we came back and, scored 10 more, I think. And so we were able to really, pile on them early and, kind of, like I said, take their will away and, really allow us to finish that game early. I think we've kind of been making a statement all year. I don't think it was just based off just one game. I think we've shown that we can compete at a high level with any given team. And so, whether it's in our conference with, A-10 teams or, it's, the Power 5 teams. And so I think we just came and traded it like another game and, we're ready to compete at a high level.
Billikens 29-5. I believe that's a school record for wins. Chance to get to number 30. Michigan 11-10. The tip in Buffalo. The St. Louis time 11-10 Saturday morning. And for Robbie and Coach Schertz, 2 years ago, denied the chance to be in the NCAA tournament. Famously, Indiana State, not good enough to get in. And so it's been talked about a lot for these two. They've really waited for this moment.
What's it mean to have been on this journey with Josh and now to get an NCAA tournament win? What's that mean?
You want the truth or you want me to fake it?
Which one's better?
All right. Yeah, it's been a special time. Our 4 years together starting at Indiana State was a lot of fun. We built so many, great memories together. So many runs. We did it again sophomore year, in the NIT. And so to make it to the tournament and not only just make it, but get a win and continue to keep dancing has, been fun. It's been special. But not only just him, but this whole entire team. It's been such a special season. And so I love these guys. They love me. And so we're going to continue to play for as long as we can.
It sure would be nice if they could find another 2 or 3 years of eligibility for him. A lot of the team is back, assuming they can hang on to him, of course. He and Brown are really the 2 seniors that they're going to miss a lot.
Yeah. Well, now you got money to spend, Doug.
Yeah, hopefully so.
Trey Green, Quentin Jones, and Amari McCottry, 3 of your starting 5 are back. Hopefully, Kellen Thames, Ishan Sharma return. That Jack Kerr got a little clock, too. So you go out and you recruit, but also you got money to spend. That's current climate. We also have Deion Brown. He was 9 of 10 from the field. Deion Brown after the game in Buffalo.
What a statement you made. How much fun were you guys having out there? And it's such an incredible all-in team effort.
Yeah, this is how we played all year long up until our final stint. I think we finished our last 8 games 4-4. But we've been capable of this all year. We've been doing it all year. To finally be back to doing it against an amazing opponent like Georgia, it's unbelievable.
So many people talk about your high-powered offense, but your defense has also been nationally recognized all year from a statistical standpoint, once again shutting down one of the highest-scoring offenses in the country. How proud are you of the fact that you guys can be balanced on both sides of the ball without even blinking an eye?
Insanely proud. You see these teams, either they're super good offensively, super good defensively, and we're able to do both. A night like tonight, things just started to fire on all cylinders, and it couldn't happen at a better time.
We'll see you on Saturday. Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Georgia 10 for 39 on threes. I think they were like 1 for 15 or 19 early. Just
couldn't hit anything.
Horrible.
Yeah, they looked desperate.
They were completely outmatched.
They looked poorly coached, too.
Yeah,
they came down and just fired up anything.
Yeah, there was a lot of going on Twitter that I was seeing where it was just like, what did Georgia do in the week in between the conference tournament and this when they, as soon as Selection Sunday is announced and they know they're getting SLU? It just looked like they didn't prepare anything in terms of. I guess they, like I said, they tried run them off the 3-point line like a bunch of teams have in the last month and a half, but just getting beat back door, letting them score that many points in the paint for a team that's undersized is crazy.
And then when you fall behind by a sizable margin, they panic and start firing up any 3-pointer they get. But that's when the coaches got to step up and say, "Wait a minute, a lot of time here. Stick to our game."
Right, and they're a team that prides themselves on being able to score quickly. You know, like SLU had a 10-0 run in about a minute and 20 seconds at one point. Georgia's more than capable of doing the exact same thing. So yeah, I agree. The teams often fall in that crazy idea of like, all right, we're down 15, now we just got to start chucking. It's like, no, stick with what you're good at.
Yeah.
How often does a team that wins by 25 have 11 trips to the free throw line and the opponent had 26?
Yeah.
So Georgia had 26 free throw attempts, SLU had 11, and they still win by 25.
Right. That's a huge credit to like the ball movement and the cutting off ball movement, because when they were scoring in the paint, it was often uncontested, you know, which is the best shot in all of basketball. It's an uncontested layup.
Yeah, Georgia was playing no defense at all, so you didn't get fouled when you took your open layup.
They were defending hard outside the perimeter, and as soon as they got inside the perimeter in the paint, just ole.
Do your best.
Yeah, right.
Well, the kid at halftime, Wilkinson, said something about how the rest of them just didn't show up, or I forget how he phrased it, but it was more or less like nobody was really prepared or ready to go.
No, that's crazy.
At this point, what percentage would you give SLU of winning the whole thing?
The whole thing?
Yeah, that's what I said.
1%?
You got a 1% chance of being national champion.
The whole thing?
That's what I said.
Okay,
2%. I'm going to be more optimistic than Papers and say 2%. Is there a number?
I don't see it.
I got a number in front of them.
No, I just made it up. Just made up the question.
Before the tournament, the Athletic puts out like a whole guide to all these teams, and both SLU and Mizzou had a less than 1% chance to win it all. Is what it said.
Now, after seeing that performance, you go, "Oh, okay, maybe."
Yeah, I mean, that's 2%.
If you did that 6 times, you'd win it.
That's their best brand of basketball they play right there. It was outstanding. It was awesome, and it was doing it without some of their strengths all season, which has been perimeter shooting. I think that they have an incredibly tough task ahead of them with Michigan, because not only is Michigan a 1 seed, but they are kind of stylistically opposite of SLU, where a guy like Adi Mara, who's 7'3", 255 pounds, is going to be down there putting in a lot of work. Jackson Lundenberg, Morez Johnson, they're loaded. But anything can happen. It's March, baby.
Hot.
They don't call it March fall in order, fall in line. You know, it's March Madness.
No.
March Chaos. It's not March to be expected.
No, it isn't.
March to be expected. Is that the alt version of March Madness?
Yeah, that's the bad version. This is March Madness.
March to be expected. Well, Coach Schertz talking about that opportunity to take on Big Blue.
Yeah, I don't know. They're a good team. We'll have a huge edge in the sideline. I know that. So the coaching edge will be significant. I want to make sure we know that. I think, look, it's not a best of 7. It's a 1-game deal. They are, in my opinion, the best team in the country. They have elite players. They have an elite coach. They're the best team. They're I think the favorites to win the national championship. But it's a 1-game deal, and we just got to beat them once. We don't got to beat them 4. And we'll do everything we can to prepare as well as we can. We know what we're up against. We know how good they are, and we'll have to play our best game of the season to give ourselves a chance. Better than tonight. We'll have to find a level even higher than tonight to give ourselves a chance on Saturday, but that's what we're planning on doing.
Was it an actual press conference, or was that in the locker room?
It was like in the hallway.
Lot of chatter.
I think it was in the hallway.
Talking like Stu and
that came. I think that video came from Frank Cusimano.
Okay, I was going to say it had to have been hallway.
Yeah, that when we confirmed that, yes, that was a video per Frank Cusimano.
Courtesy KSDK. Tom Stasiak is on the trip. Dusty May, Florida Atlantic, remember when they made their run to the Final Four?
Yep.
Because you don't see, if you're Michigan, when you're hiring a head coach, well, let's get the guy from Florida Atlantic. Isn't that a strange trajectory?
Yeah. But you look at a guy like Josh Schertz, who thankfully just signed a long-term deal to stay at SLU. But, I'm sure there's plenty of Power 5 schools that saw that game last night and said, oh, okay, this Josh Schertz, I've heard of him.
Yeah.
But now he's fully arrived.
Yep. Well, I talked to John Rothstein, who is a CBS guy.
You talked to Rothstein?
Yeah. We did a little TV interview yesterday.
Is he in St. Louis?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's with Spirodides.
Sure, yeah.
Jim Spanarkel, who only appears this time of year.
Oh, yeah. Remember him with
Great
Duke.
player back in the day. So Spirodides on the call with Jim Spanarkel and then John Rothstein. I think he's the roving reporter. So we did an interview, and I said, did it surprise the pundits, the basketball world, when Schertz stayed, re-upped at SLU? And he answered it, but mostly, if you're a SLU fan, you'd be like, oh, he basically said there weren't good jobs this time around. And he said, if you're looking to move to a Power 5 or a top pro, he said there just weren't great options.
Yeah.
Which to me is, he stayed, but here next year, and with each moment like last night, the stock just goes up.
But in a way, if you're a SLU fan, like, you kind of want that chatter and noise to be the thing next year and the year after.
Because that means you're good.
That means the team's playing good. Like,
but also, if you can go into the tournament and win, and if you can maintain that, you're like, hey, you don't have to leave. But
yeah,
again,
for sure. For sure. That's the idea, is that you mark few and create your own blue blood.
Yeah, if you could become Villanova or Gonzaga or something, you become a legendary figure.
Yeah, move up into a different conference. Sky's the limit. But
and you'll make plenty of money.
Yeah, but you know that. Did you talk to Rothstein about maybe coming up with a tagline for Josh Schertz? Or Dennis Gates?
No, I said, you're famous for this is March. I said a lot
He's got the taglines for each
isms.
coach. Yeah.
And then I said, you're also a big food guy.
Yeah.
I said, I'm guessing the Hill, and he said, I'm hoping Sunday night there'll be time, because he said I've just too locked in.
Wire.
He basically said there's too much prep, which, if you think about it, you have 8 teams that you're preparing for today to talk about.
Right.
He said I can't afford it.
He's like
Sunday.
Santa Claus on Christmas right now. He's
Correct.
the busiest man in all of sports media.
Wouldn't be the case if it was a March to be expected.
Yeah, it's simply not March to be expected.
No.
It's called March Madness Day.
Right. That's what I understand. Well, it's fun.
It
sure
fun.
is fun.
Sometimes I start to read a text and I'll say, nope.
Don't do it.
Nope.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and then all of a sudden Doug's name pops up. And I'm like, oh, nope. Can't read that. Can't say that.
My text line doesn't work anymore on this computer, so I don't see it. It's probably the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Doug, what's the SLU Vaughn Index? What is SLU currently on the Vaughn Index from Mike Gundy's buyout?
Let's see. It changes when you're playing the NCAA to be expected. It's now a 1. They have 1 win, so it would be a 1 in the NCAA tournament.
A 1.
It's like a prime number.
Mizzou is at a 0 now.
Right.
Illinois, let's see. This is it. 1.
1.
Illinois
Nice.
is a 1.
Nice. Can I take a wild guess on someone like maybe High Point? I feel like it would
I'd have to do the math. You'd have to give me a moment.
Yeah, I think it might be 1.
No,
You got carried.
It is a 1.
Okay.
You are correct.
Right.
It is a 1.
I think I'm getting this Vaughn Index.
All
thing.
right.
Yeah.
A lot of
There's a
requests, and the text line is great for requests, but the recovering alcoholic really wants us to find the audio. Kendall Gill
Talk about
called Bruce Pearl a slime ball.
Oh.
He said he'll always be a slime ball to
I'll
me.
pull that.
I think that was on The Score in Chicago, Jackson's next job, where Kendall Gill was on talking to Lina, and they asked him about Bruce Pearl. He said he's always going to be a slime ball.
Yeah.
ILL has not forgotten. All right, text in throughout the day. We've got the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 399-9646, phone lines, 974-0101. I saw that Sharon and Clayton was worried about Barge Guy because we have not heard from him in a while.
Oh, that's right.
I think he works at this time. He used to be getting off work at this time. Also, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, which is currently blank. Did it go dark on us, Papers, or is it just not being
probably just a
seen?
slight lull.
Slight lull.
And if your HVAC system has a slight lull, I would suggest going to Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Design Air Heating and Cooling has been advertising on the Morning After for more than a decade. Sponsor of the email of the day, and Seth Goldcamp and his team have been taking care of me, of Martin, and Doug, and hundreds of TMA listeners over the years. And the reason is because people know they can count on them to fix it and be honest with them. We had a listener about a month and a half ago reach out and say, hey, I went with another HVAC company for my mom, and they went out there and told her she needed an $18,000 repair. So I reached out to Design Air. They come out there and just tell her that a wire's disconnected. They fix it. That's it. Saved her $18,000. That's doing the right thing. That's what you can count on from Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling since 1904. Designairservice.com.
Doug, you asked the question, percentage that SLU would win it all.
That's right.
According to texter here from the 636, 0.14%.
0.14.
And it's plus 70,000 in Vegas for SLU to win it all.
Huh. I would give them a slightly better chance than that.
Well, they get the Vaughn Index.
5 more.
Joey Vitale, Gabe DeArmond, Ryan Luechtefeld, all coming up. That's on the polosplus.com.ca. We're live from the Stiefel Studios here on 101 ESPN.
FanDuel is offering an early win on your pre-live money bets for college basketball when your team goes up 10 points and it stays a win no matter how the game ends. Did you get that? Win or lose, if your team takes a lead of 10 or more points, then it's a win for you. And don't forget, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. I was talking to a friend yesterday. He did this on FanDuel with Siena, took a little money line bet on Siena. They took a 10-point lead over Duke. He gets paid instantly. Maybe you're taking a look at someone like Northern Iowa, who I've been talking about against St. John's. You take a money line, they go up 10, boom, you're getting paid. Maybe like Hofstra, taking a 10-point lead over Alabama. It could happen. That happens. You get paid no matter what the outcome, the final score is. So just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started and bet the bracket with FanDuel. Now, you must be 21 and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Tokens are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including token expiration, market requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Local teams played last night in the NCAA tournament with Illinois defeating Penn 105-70. They'll take on VCU on Saturday, and St. Louis defeating Georgia 102-77. The Billikens will take on Michigan early Saturday morning. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Is this more like it?
Now I'm picturing Pat O'Brien, Greg Gumbel, Clark Kellogg.
I miss Greg Gumbel. He passed away kind of suddenly, too, didn't he?
Yeah, was it right around, was it a year ago, little before the tournament?
Yeah. One of the panels, I'm not the biggest fan. The one it's with Bruce Pearl, Jalen Rose, Adam Lefkoe. That one I'm not as into.
Because of Bruce Pearl?
He doesn't help.
He's a slime ball.
He doesn't help. I like Jalen Rose, but...
I like that Adam Lefkoe.
Yeah, he's good.
That Nate Burleson was on last night. He's everywhere.
Yeah.
He's kind of the CBS version of Michael Strahan.
I was going to say, he's got a lot of Strahan.
He's on every single show. The dossier is not a public document, is it, Papers?
No. Some details of it can be divulged, but, it's proprietary.
Right. It's not published yet. No. I was looking at the text.
It's a very proprietary Word document.
But I was looking at the text inbox, and somebody said, you guys really need to play the audio of the High Point student broadcaster. And I thought, well, looky here, Doug, in the polosplus.com dossier, I see in segment 7.3, titled More Rock, because we had local rock.
Yeah.
Let me look here, see if 8-1 is even more rock.
No, it's
okay.
JV.
Okay. We do have High Point Student Radio. This is as High Point, the 12 seed, took out number 5, Wisconsin.
Anderson, driving, step back. In circles now, Johnson, catch and shoot. That's what they needed. Timeout. Portland, do you believe it? Takes it in bounds. 9 seconds. Boyd wants it inside. Drive. 6 seconds. Blocked. Now Boyd, they launch down court. Anderson gets it. Throw on the glass slipper. It's a Cinderella story in Portland, Oregon. For the first time in program history, High Point breaks through. We will see you in the round of 32. Oh, what a feeling.
Incredible.
Pretty good.
Electric. That's what March is all about,
I
man.
feel like his mouth needed to be closer to the mic on some of it because we got more crowd than him. We couldn't tell what was going on.
In fairness to him, I believe that they are like shooting video of themselves on like their phone.
Oh, jeez.
So that wasn't like the audio from the mics.
Okay, it wasn't the actual call.
It wasn't.
Okay.
It was the call, but it wasn't like the call audio.
It wasn't the call people were consuming at
Correct.
home.
Correct.
It was a version of that.
Correct.
All right.
But it was all. They also had a great call at the end of their conference tournament. Those guys did. So big credit to them on the student broadcast team.
And Rob Martin, CBC grad, who was a backcourt teammate with Caleb Love.
Really?
At CBC where they won state. How about his path? He went to Indiana State to play for Josh Sharks.
Right.
Transfers to SEMO, plays a couple years at SEMO, and then this year ends up at High Point and had, 23 points in the game yesterday. Also Cameron Fletcher, who's out of the Vaughn, all part of the High Point Panthers. Doug, another team from North Carolina.
I was going to say, geez,
My God,
another team from North Carolina.
Queens University, High Point, Duke, North Carolina, NC State, and then sometimes Davidson in the mix.
Wake Forest gets in there every now and then.
Yeah.
Sure. UNC Wilmington has been in there before. UNC Greensboro.
Charlotte.
Yeah, UNC Charlotte. I think it was just Charlotte University, right?
It used to be UNC Charlotte.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just
Are
Charlotte.
they the 49ers?
Yeah. Cornbread Maxwell, Doug, you're a big fan of Cornbread.
Oh, yeah. He was a good player.
Now they're sending in requests. Play the Nebraska radio call. That's the announcer who'd been there for 40-plus years.
I don't have that, unfortunately.
Let's see. The High Point announcer sounds a little bit like Rock's manager, Mick. the great Burgess Meredith.
Oh, yeah. This guy doesn't want to beat you. He wants to kill you.
Sometimes you do a game like that, and it ends up so well for you, then you get a job out of it.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Just working for the student station now.
Yeah, clearly has a lot of
Get a
energy.
job out of that one.
I hope. If High Point keeps winning.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Boom Goes the Dynamite? Didn't that guy? He ended up on
I think he was
Letterman,
pretty
I
much
think.
done.
He was done.
That was a one sportscast career. All right, let's shut her down.
But then you're forever the Boom Goes Dynamite. Like, you introduce yourself, you're like at a work happy hour or something. It's like, I feel like I've heard your voice. It's like, yeah, I'm the Boom Goes the
But
Dynamite
how
guy.
embarrassing would that have been? The whole country's laughing at you.
Yeah, but
Couldn't he parlay that into like a commercial or
I think
something?
nowadays you could. Like, with more opportunities, social media-wise, and YouTube, maybe. Like, there's some there, but back then, maybe not so much.
I think maybe he was just such a timid soul. He probably crawled into a hole somewhere and said, I'm not coming out.
Well, you guys know, like, some people, when the light goes on to do a broadcast, they do their thing, and some people cower away.
Mm-hmm.
He was probably an example of the latter.
He was just terrified.
And Boom Goes the Dynamite, which really is a pretty good line.
Mm-hmm. I've had moments like that. I don't call basketball games, though, so
Yeah.
it's a little easier.
The thing about that, it just went on and on.
He's
had to
doing
do the-
highlights, right?
He had to do the whole sportscast.
Yeah, right.
It just wouldn't end. Boy, if you got nothing, 3 or 4 minutes is a long time.
You're praying for lightning to strike near so
Right.
the weather guy can step in.
Maybe technical difficulties.
Yeah. You throw something at the camera so it stops working.
Guys, can we get a Bob Ramsey call? Now they're requesting specific audio. I did hear a little bit in the second half, and he and Earl were going over the stat sheet, and SLU was, like 3 of 17 on threes or something. And they said, we're 3 of 17, and we're leading by 35. And Rammer goes, we know nothing about the game of basketball. Just like basically you can't figure it out.
Yeah, it's not, what did I say? March to be expected. It's March Madness, baby.
In the age of
You're quoting yourself?
Yeah.
where the
I'm not
three
good.
is where the 3 is everything for most teams, it wasn't the deal last night.
No, far from it.
And more games today, 16 to be played. Day 2 of the tournament, and BK and Ferrario, along with the Fast Lane, out and about Ray's Sports House. That's in Soulard, is what we're calling it. Soulard.
Yep.
Stop by, see the gang. Somebody wanted audio of Papers doing the gauntlet. We don't have that.
I can pull that.
They wanted to hear you whiffing on hockey.
It was brutal.
Of all the sports,
Yeah.
I think they rigged it.
Probably.
It was bad. Well, the first time I did it in December, I got random and I got all 4 correctly. That's certainly
nice.
That's my category. If there's any category to have, it's that one. Hockey, like, I was nervous anytime I would fill in because I was like, okay, if I do hockey, I'm going to lose hilariously. But in fairness, the guy who was on the phone, the contestant, knew just as little about hockey as I did. He kind of guessed one right and got the win.
Well, if you're talking about college hockey, that gets pretty tough. That's pretty much in the weeds.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Jackson, your Sports Center update when you blanked on who was playing, and then Tim off mic yells the 49ers.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That was my Boom Goes the Dynamite moment.
But at least you weren't on TV.
Yeah.
Live TV to
Yeah.
be recorded and played for the world.
Didn't make it feel much better. I felt like a shell man, and Tim is cackling in the background during it.
Another person said, what about in Jupiter when things crashed and you just said, hello? I don't remember that.
Tim was on, we were doing it through like the Aerolink thing, and Tim was out of town. It was me and him doing balloon party, and yeah, his thing crashed. The technology crashed, and he was gone. And so, yeah, after 6 seconds of dead air, I said, hello.
Did you add on to that?
Not much. I think I was like, oh, we're trying to get Tim back on the line.
But it was a meek little hellos. Hello.
Yeah. I'll try to find that too. Well, put me to work.
Great shot of Cusimano during the SLU game. How about a terrific stuff soundbite in this hour? Now they're requesting drops. We've got drops of the week. We have pre-Gabe, which is before Gabe DeArmond joins us. That's coming up at 9. Joey Vitale on the other side of the break. The Blues are in Vancouver. Now they're mad at Doug. College hockey in the weeds, Doug.
Yeah.
Ever heard of Gavin McKenna, the next great Blue? It's from the 636.
Yeah.
Remember-
I'd say if you know where NHL players went to college, you have to be a really serious hockey fan.
Joey Vitale, Northeastern, right?
Right. Beyond that, Snuggerud, Minnesota.
Minnesota, a lot of Badgers, a lot of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Dylan Holloway, Ryan Suter, Badgers. Team 8 brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the 8 o'clock hour, which is the Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour. Of course, we closed out the 7 o'clock hour with our friends from Healthcare Evolution. TMA with Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt with you. Open phone lines at times. I'll say it's going to be tight, Doug, because we got a loaded lineup here going until 11 o'clock. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Dylan Holloway equals Wisconsin. Thank you. That's from the eggplant emojis. They say we don't read the YouTube chat. Doug, it's wrong. I'm looking right now.
Yeah.
I'd pay for, let's see. I would pay for a painting of you, Doug, and Greg Gumbel enjoying some flapjacks. So that Head East album cover. Flat as a pancake. Remember the album?
Talking about Olivet Diner?
Well, there's a cover, the band Head East.
Yeah.
They had a stack of pancakes.
Yeah, they shot that at Olivet Diner.
Is that right?
Yeah. That's where I grew up having breakfast, and my dad still goes all the time.
Well, we'll play some Head East.
No problem.
What do you get at the Olivet Diner?
Hot hash and holly.
Oh, what is that?
It's like eggs, hash browns, and it's got hollandaise sauce all over it.
Oh, has it?
That's a very decadent, indulgent breakfast, but a delicious one nonetheless. The pancakes are great. A little omelet action. Good burger. It's like a classic diner. Real classic diner.
Right here on Olive Street?
Olive and Old Bowman, basically.
Almost everything in Olivet is on Olive Street, though, right?
Olive Boulevard, yeah. That's right. Yep. It's, all businesses. It's mostly residential.
Yeah.
Well, we're on Olive Boulevard.
We are.
Take a gander.
It's a state highway.
It's just nice to be on Olive.
Yeah, it is. On a day like today, I'm grateful for college basketball. I'm grateful for good health, and I'm grateful for being on Olive Boulevard.
Doug's prison wallet says Olivet's for the poor. Now, see, this is what happens. Now we start to get into the
I'm
zip
cool with
code
that. I've been labeled as this silver spoon trust fund kid. So if people are going to say where I grew up is for the poor, that's a nice change of pace.
Olivet is Timu Ledoux.
Yeah, that's right. It's the AAA. We're Memphis.
Right.
We're the Memphis Redbirds.
Trying to get to Ledoux.
I'm happy to be there.
Not quite there, but close.
It's a great place to grow up.
Right.
We had the High Point broadcast later. The High Point coach kind of stumping for all the mid-majors. That's one of the storylines in the early development here of the NCAA tournament. Billikens again, 11:10 a.m. St. Louis time. That's the tip on Saturday, taking on number 1 Michigan. I got to get that Illini time for you as well as they play tomorrow. We'll have that'll probably be in an update.
I got that. I can probably get you that time because we know
I've got the night game. The ECU. It's at 6:50. It looks like. Is that a
that is a 6:50 p.m. tip, Martin.
Okay.
Central time.
And it's in
Greensboro or Greensville.
Greenville, South
Greenville,
Carolina.
not to be confused with Greensboro.
Not to be confused. Joy Vitale will confuse us. We've got the Blues in Vancouver. Joy Vitale on deck here on TMA.
All right, folks, it's bracket season. It's March Madness. So if you're like me, well, not really like me because I don't do a bracket, but if you're one of those crazies out there that does a bracket, you know you're going to be disappointed here soon. And when you're disappointed, what do? You bang on the garage door, right? I've been there, done that. We've all done it. And when you bang too loud and you break that garage door, well, good news for you. You got a great person that's going to help you come out there and fix your garage door. My good friends at Schaefer Door Company, they're there for all your garage door needs, whether it's an accident or on purpose. If that thing stops working, you give them a call at 636-782-3608. It's a small local St. Louis company, but they are able to spread their wings, and they're great wings, around the St. Louis County area. They will take care of all your personal needs because you deserve it. And you deserve to have that garage door open and closing the way it belongs. Personal home, personal business, whatever it is. If you got a garage door, that thing's got to be working for you. And if you need some issues, give them a call. My good friend Schaefer Door at 636-782-3608. They will be on it and on top of it to help you get up and in, out the way you deserve to go. Schaefer Door, it's a Lift Master Partner.
Oh, what great energy. We've already got it going. This building is buzzing. Doug said he wanted to go till, what, 3 o'clock today?
No,
just keep the show, maybe go offline, have a little chat.
Well, just keep talking.
You've talked about going private.
Well, that's a different price point.
Yeah.
And we don't have the curtains installed yet.
Right. The infrastructure isn't there just yet.
Right.
Yeah, but stay tuned.
Joey Vitale with the Blues in Vancouver. I love logistics. So they played in Calgary on Wednesday. Joey, did you spend the night in Calgary Wednesday or did you shoot on out of there?
Hey, Marty, good morning. We were out of there in a flash. We got in, we got out, we got on the bird, we got in the van. Rainy couple days here in Vancouver, which is pretty typical, I think, this time of the year. But I still got out for a nice walk yesterday. But it's been a rainy couple days in Vancouver. I hear you guys are getting good weather in St. Louis. So, but yeah, that's logistics, Marty. We're staying at no, I'm not going to say where we're staying.
Yeah, don't.
Because so many of our listeners would fly up there and badger you.
Show up. We got a lot of people streaming the show in Vancouver. So you get the off day Thursday and then maybe back to the rink today?
Back at it today, back to work. Practice today, no morning skate tomorrow. Early evening game against the Nucks, going to be a battle. And then we fly home right after the game because it's an early game, which is kind of nice because it's a 7 o'clock game out here west. Usually we stay the night and don't get home until the next day. But because of the early evening, we're going to be on that bird, and we'll be rocking in around 2 a.m. I'll get a couple hours of rest before the kiddos get up. It'll be good to go for a nice Sunday.
Huh. You said you went for a walk even though it's raining. What does everybody else do to kill the time, kill a couple days in Vancouver when they're not playing?
I don't know, dog. That's a good question. I kind of did my thing yesterday. I went for a nice long walk in the rain. I channeled my Edward Cullen. And you know who Edward Cullen is, Doug?
No, I don't.
He was that vampire from Twilight. You ever watched the movie Twilight?
I have not seen that, no.
Oh, it's a book, too. Anyway, well, it was filmed up here in Vancouver and Seattle, and I feel like the whole movie it was raining, and it was all like the timber and the pines.
Yeah.
So I was out in the wilderness yesterday in the rain and kind of channeling my inner vampire. But it was nice. It was nice to get some fresh air.
All right.
Great city. I've never been to Vancouver, but you just hear people raving about Vancouver.
Vancouver is a great city. I hate that it's in Canada. No offense, Canada. If it was in America, it'd be top. But, too many Tim Hortons. I need more Dunkin' Donuts, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Sounded like he was about to do country rankings there in honor of Larry Nickel. So what do you make of this, Joey? There's 7-2-2 since the Olympic break. I think, obviously, at the trade deadline, we knew they were going in a certain direction. But I've sensed that the players almost not took offense, but kind of took it as a challenge. All right, they don't believe in us. We're going to play the best hockey we played all year.
I think it's a little of that, Marty, but I actually think it's more of just this looseness. You're seeing it with lots of teams. Look at the Blackhawks. I think they beat the Wild last night. The Rangers have on a nice little run. Even look at the Flames. The Calgary Flames the other day. To me, those first two periods, that's about as connected as a team the Blues have played against post-Olympic break. They were all over the place. They were moving the puck. Offensive zone was there. The rush was there. They're getting good goaltending. Listen, the Blues allowed all those goals against. Luckily, some of them got called back, but that kind of goes to show you how good Calgary was humming along. So a lot of teams, look at the Nashville Predators right now. They're on a run. I think the Predators are going to be a team that probably gets in at the end. I think they have too many veterans. And there's just this loose feeling. Post-Olympic break, there's just like this release valve where all the pressure's taken out. Now this is your group. And there's a feeling as a player where you're not gripping your stick as tight. If you're Ryan O'Reilly with the Predators or you're Elias Pettersson with the Vancouver Canucks, or maybe it's a Markstrom across in New Jersey, just so many of these players and teams, they just have this looseness to them. And when there's not so much pressure, what do? They just go out there and play hockey. Like, go do the thing you've been doing since you were a kid. And there's a free feeling where they're not playing with so much fear. They're playing with just, freedom. And essentially that's when the players are playing their best. And so I think for this Blues team, that's what I see. I see Robert Thomas, the deadline's behind him. There was a little bit of noise around his name. There's a little bit of noise around Kyrou, a little bit of noise around Binnington. And now these guys are like, okay, take a breath. This is our group moving forward. Let's go build something great here. Let's go play hockey. Let's go do what we love to do.
Blues are 7 points out of the last wild card spot with 14 to play. Is it hopeless at this point?
Technically not hopeless, Doug, but I will say these two losses on this road trip really, I think, probably solidified their fate. These were the two this was the road trip you needed to have to stay relevant. Let's just be honest. You come on this road trip, I think at the time you were 5 or 6 points out, maybe 5 points out when you started and you headed to Winnipeg, and you're playing the Jets, who of course are in the same race. And then you go to Calgary and Vancouver, two of the worst teams in the Western Conference. So you have this opportunity against teams that are out of the playoff spot to make hay. You need to get 6 points out of 6 possible on this road trip, I think, to really stay relevant. Because even when you're, getting shootout points like we saw in Calgary, the Predators, they win last night, right? The Kraken, LA, every team around you is still building points slowly but surely. So every night you don't build 2, you're pretty much falling behind now. So it's crazy to think that this team had so much success on the road against Minnesota, one of the best teams in the league, right? You go to Carolina, one of the best teams in the league. Seattle was in a playoff spot. The Ducks were atop the Pacific. When all these games on the road, the Blues beat these teams. And then you have, quote-unquote, winnable games against teams that are less of you in the standings, and they're a lot harder. And I think that if you ask the Wild and Seattle and the Ducks and Carolina, if you ask all those teams, man, those Blues look good, they would say the same thing we're saying about Calgary and Van, which is that kind of free feeling. They're playing free. They don't really have a lot of systems. They're unpredictable. They have a lot of new players. Who's this Theo Lindsay? I don't know who this guy is. Who's this Otto Stenberg? We don't have a scouting report on these guys because they're all new. And that's part of the challenge, I think, for good teams when you're playing lesser teams this time of the year. Pretty soon you're going to start seeing some kids that sign out of college. They get called up. You have no idea what this kid is, right? All of a sudden they create some chemistry on the line. All of a sudden these lines take off. So all things considering, it is one of the challenges of this year. But to answer your question, they're not hopeless yet. I think this is a group that's still grinding away at it. But if they can't figure out a way to start bottling some points up relatively quickly, yes, their playoff hopes are going to kind of fizzle away.
What are you watching when it's a younger player like Dvorsky or Snuggerud at this point, late in the season, playing the long year? Are you seeing if they can kind of, we talk about busting through the wall or whatever. What do you see from those two in terms of development?
Yeah, Marty, there's a couple things I look at, and I talk to players about. I talked to Robert Thomas for about 15 minutes after the Calgary morning skate about Jimmy Snuggerud specifically on this topic. And, I asked questions because you can see the shot, you see the playmaking ability. I mean, any casual fan can say, wow, what a shot he's got, right? But to me, it's what's that undercurrent? What are those like layers beyond that is helping him get to that position? Robert talked a lot about, number one, his leadership, which I was kind of surprised by, but he kind of pointed at Snuggerud as a young player that's becoming more and more vocal. Now, he's not a hoorah David Perron yet. Maybe he'll develop to be that one day. I don't think that's who he is, but, it's him taking just little steps and speaking up a little bit on the bench or on the line, just communicating, whatever that looks like. I mean, to me, that's what leaders have to do. So the fact that he's taken on kind of a small leadership role and being vocal and getting his team going, that's huge to me. You look at a player like Dalibor Dvorsky and Jimmy Snuggerud. I look for things in the game that show me that they're playing confident, poised hockey. And to me, the biggest thing that stands out is, are they in a rush to make a play, or are they taking an extra second with that puck to wait for the next play to develop? It's no different than, I would imagine, like in a quarterback. A quarterback that rushes back on a 3-step drop, all of a sudden he's got to get rid of the ball so quickly because he's panicking, right? It's the Tom Brady types that can sit back at a 5-step drop, look left, look right, take a step, look again. Like all of a sudden, the plays that weren't there a split second ago, now they're there. And hockey's no different. For Jimmy, and Dalibor, we come into the offensive zone. If you button up inside the blue line, you look for that next wave of offense. Are you in a rush to make that first pass, or are you going to hold on for an extra second? One Mississippi, two Mississippi. And all of a sudden that play that wasn't there now develops it is there. And that's what Robert talked about with Jimmy Snuggerud. He said it's been great playing with him because he's waiting an extra second for that next play to develop. Now that takes confidence. It takes poise. It takes this maturity, really, because you don't feel like you have to be in such a rush to make a play. That's what makes Kucherov one of the best playmakers in the league. He's just not in a rush to make a play. And when you're young, you come into this league, you feel like it's happening fast. And guess what? It is happening fast. This is a fast game, and it's the fastest level in the world. But then as you play more, you realize that it's not quite as fast as you thought it was. And those players that can slow down their minds and make plays, those are the ones that really kind of start separating themselves. Jimmy Snuggerud, I think that he has accelerated his growth, like beyond the ceiling, like beyond what people thought. I think he would have gone the first year. He's playing like a player that to me has been in the league for 3-4 years. Now I think Dalibor maybe a little bit behind, not to compare the two players, but I think Dalibor is on the right trajectory for a typical kid. He's growing slowly but surely. And I don't think it's fair to really compare the two. Not saying you asked that question. I'm not saying I'm comparing them, but I just look at both prospects and both young players. Dalibor is chipping away very nicely, and Jimmy Snuggerud is just on a whole other level as far as how he has expedited his growth.
When you talk about how fast a game is, it always hits me. If I have good seats, I sit right down by the ice. The game just seems like it's going 1,000 miles an hour. And if you watch on TV or sit up high, you don't get that same sense. It really is kind of different the closer you get to it, isn't it?
It really is, Doug. I mean, that's what when we have people come up in the booth during games. We do, Curbs and I do a lot of things around town with fundraisers and auction items. Where one of the auction items that seems to do very well for whatever reason is people love to come up to the booth and sit in the booth with us and listen to the call while they're watching the game. But we're way up top for the radio call. We're way up on that 101 ESPN box. Shout out 101 ESPN.
Oh, thank you.
And you're welcome. So we're way up there behind the penalty boxes, and they're way up top. And the first thing they always say is, gosh, the game is so much slower up here. And someone said a couple weeks ago, you almost see the art. Like if there's like a flow to this game. I was like, there is a flow to this game. And then you go down there, and there are a bunch of barbarians just running into each other.
Yeah.
So it is a very different looking game. And that's why I've always thought of hockey players. I've always said this, that if NASA runs out of astronauts, they're going to call hockey players as backup, because astronauts, you got to make quick decisions. You ever see that Apollo 13, Doug? You ever seen?
Sure, I have. Yes, Houston, we have a problem. Yeah.
That was a true story, Doug.
I know that.
Apollo
Yeah.
13.
Yeah.
True story. Anyway, but they had to make some quick decisions. Those astronauts had to make some quick decisions on the spot. And I don't know. There's this athlete or a sport in the world that has to make as quick a decisions and effectively as hockey players. You know what I mean? Like football, it's 7 seconds go. You stop. The 7 seconds go, now we stop again. Baseball, it's just you wait, right? You bring out your cards. Here comes the batter, may pull out my no card here. I need to shift to the left, shift to the right. Hockey is like bang, 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 bang. It doesn't stop. And you can't even sit back and think about that last decision because you're already moving on to the next decision. So with that, all that being said, this is becoming more of a mental game than ever before. The game's bigger, it's faster, it's stronger. These players, they're not. I was talking to John Winstick, the former Blue, a couple months ago. He talked about how he used to work on the dairy farm in the summer. No one skated. No one skated in the off season. Everyone used to work. The Sutters, all the Sutter brothers used to work in the farm. Now everyone, this is their craft. This is their livelihood. It's the skills coaches. It's the health coaches. It's the mental coaches. It's the psychologists. It's the therapists. Everyone does this year round now, so it's gotten so much better. But with it being better, it's getting faster and it's getting more efficient. So now this is where, to me, the mental side of the game is becoming more and more relevant because, listen, the rink's not getting any bigger, right? We're getting bigger, we're getting stronger, we're getting faster. But the dimensions of the ice have not gotten any bigger. So what does that tell you? You have to start using your mind. To me, one of the brightest minds of my generation, not to be biased here because he's a St. Louis boy, but Paul Stastny, shout out Paulie at Chaminade. Chaminade first state championship. How about that?
Right. Disputed goal there, I guess, to win it.
Yeah, I think it was in, though. It wasn't like Brian Wyman. Brian Wyman, Doug, when I was a sophomore, he high-stuck this puck, and he played for the Schmet. And we were undefeated that year, and Brian Wyman high-stuck this puck in with a minute to go, and the ref called it a goal. We ended up losing the state championship that year. Marty, you probably remember that Brian Wyman when he high-stuck that puck. You remember that?
Is that Chris Weidman's brother?
No, different Weidman.
Different
completely.
Weidman. There are a lot of Weidmans playing hockey, Doug.
Yeah,
it gets confusing right here. I'm glad that you're over it, but I think your dad wasn't, and that's what he talked to Sidney Crosby about when the Penguins came to the house.
That's right. My dad, I won 3 state championships, but the one he couldn't let go of was my sophomore year when that Brian doggone Weidman, he high-stuck that puck in, and he lost sleep over that to the day he died. He would talk to me like 10 years ago. He'd be like, Joe, at dinner time, it's like I'm a quiet moment. So, hey, Joe, remember when Brian Wyman high-stuck that puck in? And all my brothers and sisters were like, oh, my God, Dad, let this go. That happened like 40 years ago. I was like, I can't. I lose sleep over. He would get up the table. He would walk away. He was so mad.
What does it mean to high-stuck a puck?
Well, high-sticked it or high-stucked it.
High-sticked. Okay.
What's the past term?
He deflected it over his shoulder.
He used a high stick to score a goal. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I think I don't talk hockey for a living, huh? Yeah, he had a stick high and he knocked it out of the air above the crossbar and it went in and they called it a goal.
Come on, Zebra.
Cheap shot. Come on, Zebra. And the best part is Brian Wyman's parents, they used to sit behind my parents at church every 7:30 a.m. morning at St. Justin the Martyr. Shout out St. Justin with the Cornfeld. Mark and Johnny Cornfeld, St. Justin the Martyr, the Martyr Dome, as Tim McKernan would talk about. Mm-hmm. But they would sit behind my parents at church, and we'd say the sign of peace, and I would always see Mr. Wyman. I'd say, Mr. Wyman, how about that goal? And he goes, oh, what a goal that was. My dad couldn't even look at him. And they would rub it in our face every Sunday morning, sitting right behind. They could have moved. They could have sat anywhere. My dad always would say that, too. He's like, Joe, these guys, they can sit anywhere in the whole church, and they always sit right behind me just to rub it in. They go, yeah, Dad, they're rubbing it in. Anyway, where was I going with that? I forgot what was the question.
Talking about high-sticking the puck.
Doug, there was a question that preceded all of that.
Yeah.
And it was about blues, and it was about hockey.
Yeah, it's a fast game. It's a fast game. And
it's a fast game.
You gotta think. You gotta think the game. So I was going there. Paul Stastny, Paul growing up here in St. Louis, he wasn't the biggest. He wasn't the strongest. And guess what? He wasn't even the fastest. Like he was known to be, in my opinion, kind of a heavier footed player. But listen, his dad, Peter, his brother, Jan, he grew up the knowledge of the game. And he made an unbelievable career for himself because he outwitted the game. He outsmarted his opponent. He knew that I can't get to that puck quicker than Connor McDavid. However, if I take a different route, I know where that puck is going to be, and I'm going to meet it there when it gets to that second, third layer, right? And that's what I see, especially in Jimmy Snuggerud. You're starting to see him. He's not only a step ahead, he's 2-3 steps ahead. Now, the elite of the elite, the greatest in the world, and I'll bring back Kucherov for this one, he's not just 2 or 3 steps ahead of the play. He's 2 or 3 steps ahead for his line mates. He knows where he wants to be in 3 steps from now, which is what the great players do. But Kucherov, the Gretzkys, the Crosbys, they know where they're going to be in 3 steps from now. these players are not only 3 steps ahead of their game, they're thinking about their wingers and probably 3 steps ahead of where their wingers are going to be. I mean, that is a completely different level. When you get to that level, you're talking 100-point seasons. So, for Jimmy, it's going to be a long way to get to that point. But, guys, we're looking at a 30-plus goal scorer in this league. I mean, he's going to come close to 20 this year. I really hope he gets to 20. 20 goals in your first freshman campaign. That's a heck of a feat, especially when you miss all the time with that wrist injury. This is a 30-plus goal scorer, one day of 40. But he's got the smarts, he's got the intelligence to kind of bring it all together.
That's Joey Vitale. You'll hear him on the broadcast. Blues, Vancouver on, I'm being told that's on Saturday. Blues at Canucks, the pregame at 5, puck drop 6 o'clock St. Louis time. Joey, have a great call and enjoy your time in BC.
Hey, where's Tim? I didn't even ask that. Where's Timmy?
Tim is in
break.
Florida.
Oh, hey, okay, you guys did okay today. Good job.
Oh, well, thank you.
We did okay, Doug. How about that? The old pat on the rump. All right, buddy. We'll talk to you soon.
See you, boys.
All right, then.
Talked about astronauts. We talked about high stuck. You getting high stuck?
It really is amazing how different the game is down there around the ice than it is way up high in the seats or on TV. It's really stunning, the difference.
Like how Doug mentions that he sits on the glass.
No.
Sits on the glass. That's good.
The football's kind of that way, too.
Sure.
The few times I was around the sidelines for a Rams game and watch a kickoff and see those guys running full speed into each other, I said one hit and it would kill me, it would break me.
Yeah. Your spine would come out of the back of the
The collisions
the
are
violence.
so violent.
Uh-huh.
And the size, the speed, it really, you're just on the sideline jumping back. Oh my, here they come. You just jump back 10 feet.
Yeah. And just happy you're not a player.
Yeah. Wow. We really are a bunch of nitties.
Yeah.
All right, we have pregame drops of the week. We've got Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock, Mizzou tonight, tipping at, what's that over under? About 9:30?
9:27 and a half.
9:27 and a half.
Yeah.
Miami, the U in the house. Doug was down there cheering them on. Wish him good luck, Doug. Did you wish him good luck while you were down there yesterday?
Not Miami, Mizzou.
Mizzou, I'm sorry.
That Georgia team beat Mizzou when they played them this year in Columbia.
Correct.
And then SLU beat Georgia by 25. So, transitive
property season.
Congrats to the Billikens. A lot of SLU talk. We'll get into more fun with audio still to come on the show. A lot in the vault there after day one of March Madness. We've got coverage live on location. BK and Ferraro Fastlane at Ray's Sports House in Solar. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. TMA is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. 8 o'clock hour presented, powered by the Fisher Window and Door Store.
If you've opened your energy bill lately and thought there has to be a better way, well, you're probably right. Drafty, outdated windows can quietly drain your wallet month after month, letting warm air escape in the winter, cool air leak out in the summer, and forcing your HVAC system to work overtime. Universal Windows Direct can help you out. They'll make it easy for you. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. The more you upgrade, the more you save. Plus, you'll get 24 months with no payments, no interest, giving you 2 full years to enjoy the comfort before paying a dime. And this month, they're also offering a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. So if you're thinking about how to put your potential tax refund to good use this year, consider investing in something that pays you back every single month in energy savings and comfort. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 2, get 2 free, no payments, no interest for 24 months, $500 off your project. Upgrade now and enjoy comfort that lasts for decades. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Jimmy Somerville.
This feels like Liza Minnelli's brother Billy. Is this a male or female singing?
Male.
Sorry. Is it that obvious?
Tommy Nards.
Binary. Non-binary. Is it the same guy?
What? No, it's kind of. I don't know.
Papers is just so
Well, you
into
guys are
this.
asking,
It's your favorite
what's
band.
This?
You
What's this?
played it.
What's that? What's that? Look it up.
We don't
I
want
don't even know what the hell it is.
It's Tommy Nards. Look it up.
I don't want to.
Crowdsourcing is getting aggressive this morning.
You play it. We ask a question. That's reasonable.
Is it a man? Yes, I answered. Is it the same guy? I'm not 100% positive. I think it's two people. Tommy Nards.
Okay.
Having like a little duet. Just awful from Doug's Prison.
Jimmy Somerville and Richard Coles.
Okay.
Not to be confused with Darnell Coles.
The Communards are March Madness in musical form.
Correct.
Think about it.
There we go.
Manute
I
poll
don't know.
eligible.
I don't know about that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, fellas, just tuning in. Can you tell Jackie Lenardi thanks for the betting tip on UGA last night? Stick to Swedish Independent Pictures, movie boy. I cleaned it up a little bit.
Thank you.
From Little.
Did you
Tommy
bet on Georgia?
Trivens.
No. I didn't do much
I don't think we
yesterday.
did we give a play on Georgia? I don't know if we
I
did.
said if I had to bet, I would have bet Georgia. And I
think-
said I was happy to admit I was
Right.
wrong. But people, of course, will be understanding about such a thing.
Get this smut off the radio papers. Is that smut?
I guess.
Dr. Xander Malanthrop. All right, a lot to roll through with the opening day of the tournament. Of course, we have the first four, which papers that is in Dayton every year. But opening day, 16 games. High Point, the 12, taking out Wisconsin, the 5. It's almost cliche at this point that you get a 12-5. But we also had some fantastic audio. We played the High Point student radio, but this is also the coach. His name is Flynn Clayman, with some strong thoughts about what it's like to be a mid-major.
All right.
Your first NCAA tournament game, Coach Clayman.
It looks pretty obvious to me that high majors need to play mid-majors during the season because they said we ain't played nobody. We played somebody now.
How'd you do it?
Feels unreal because I know how good of a team we had, but nobody would play us, just like they wouldn't play Miami, Ohio. But they got to play us in this tournament.
Coach, you were down by 10 early on. What changed?
We just settled in. We settled in. We got a hell of a team. We settled in.
He's so excited he can't help himself.
Yeah, the players had congregated around him by the end of that, and they were jumping all over him, throwing towels on him.
That was the High Point coach.
Yes.
After the win over
Flynn
Wisconsin.
Clayman.
Yeah, 12-5 victory over Wisconsin.
Well, it's true. The big boys don't want to play him,
Yep.
and they're really not going to want to play him now.
Right.
St. Louis U's, same thing. They're going to be stuck with the same sort of non-conference schedule.
Unless they change, the selection committee changes kind of their criteria, how they judge these teams, because a loss right now to a mid-major hurts a lot more than a loss, obviously, to a Power 4 school. And a win against one of those Power 4 schools in the non-conference means a ton.
Yeah.
And a win against a mid-major right now in non-conference doesn't seem to mean all that much.
I don't know how you change the thinking of the public at large that currently seems to think mid-majors, there's just no way that they can compete with the big boys.
Right.
When we get to the tournament, we see every year that a lot of them can.
Well, I don't even think it's necessarily like the public is one thing. That's kind of like a PR thing, but it's the selection committee they got to convince to change the way they think about it, because that's what's hurting them. That's why these big boy schools don't want to schedule mid-majors, is not because, the public might, ridicule them. It's that the selection committee will hold it against them if they lose, but don't really credit them if they win those games. And the mid-majors are the ones who lose out because they don't get that opportunity. When we've seen, as yesterday was an example, that, on any given night, they can be right there with anybody.
And that was the line from Shirt, I believe he said, we don't have to beat them best of 10.
Right.
Meaning Michigan.
One-off game.
It's a one-time deal. Hubert Davis, North Carolina, great player. We were talking about best coaches that were great players yesterday. Hubert Davis in that camp, North Carolina coach. They get bounced first round, second year in a row. They blew a 19-point lead to VCU and eventually losing in overtime.
Got a little bit tired there?
I did not.
I didn't.
Hubert, why did you go to just a 6-man rotation in the second half?
Because that was my decision.
Reasonable.
Coach, what do you think went wrong?
What do you mean?
Oh, boy.
Hubert, the free throws again, as you mentioned, a little bit of an issue tonight. Why do you think that was such an issue for your team throughout the season?
That's a great question. I mean, we work on them, and
Not a real strong performance in the news conference.
No.
He could be in trouble.
Yeah, some disappointing. I mean, certainly this season is very disappointing. They did lose Caleb Wilson, their best player, but that doesn't change the fact that you had a 19-point lead in the second half and you gave it away.
And in that situation, there's no question he's going to like.
No,
but I think you're a grown-up, you're a professional, and I have this stance all the time. You don't have to, if it's a dumb question, you can dunk on the reporter all day long.
Yeah.
But it's pretty obvious. They're all kind of saying what happened. Right. And I think you can say, listen, when we gave up that 6-0 run, I thought we really lost our mojo, or I thought we stopped defending, or whatever. He has some thought as to why they blew a 19-point lead. Or you can even, the easy out is always say, hey, give them credit.
Yeah.
They didn't get down. They were 19. Maybe we thought we had it in the bag. Or just, there's always a reasonable answer to be given.
Logistics question. Yes. In the press room after an NCAA tournament game, there's likely a lot of national media or some national media that haven't been with the team in addition to the guys who've been covering. Do you think that can throw coaches off a little bit, especially in these very vulnerable times after a loss where you had a 19-point lead?
It's a bigger group, or that they might get peppered a little more?
People you don't know, and, I don't know. I'm just curious.
Somebody asks you about the Wisconsin players, and then you have to say, well, they're all
seen how that,
players.
There's not that many national guys there.
Right. Or I guess the local, like whoever's there in whatever town they're playing.
Bunch of local guys there covering their team. But
I don't think that's a factor. I think it's just a coach. I mean, I think they look out and they just see blobs.
Whoever,
You're all a bunch of blobs. What do you got?
But we have Phil Martelli.
Oh, on the other end of the spectrum, the coach at VCU said this.
Ben Rikosh, WVCW Sports. Coach, walk us through the last...
Hold on, I am going to shout you guys out. Watch, I know there's a lot of professional media here. Our student media, the best in the country. They are unreal. Unreal. 3 of these guys drove in a snowstorm. I'm not sure why they did it, but to Davidson, to cover Davidson, they came out to St. Louis. They've been everywhere along the way. They did miss a game for one of them did miss, 2 of them missed a game for Valentine's Day, but we won't talk about that. Yeah. I understand young love is young love, but this crew right here, like I told them in Pittsburgh and I tell them again, cannot thank you guys enough. You are what this is about, right there. And watch, I said it in Pittsburgh. The rest of these are getting paid. Not enough. They don't get paid enough, but they are getting paid to be here. They're not paid to be here, and they show up every single day, every single game, and I can't thank you guys. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I appreciate that. Those words truly mean a lot.
How about that? Nice. Shouting out the student reporters from VCU apparently are traveling all over to cover the Rams.
The colleges make so darn much money. Can't they allow what are really pretty important people, media people, covering the college, promoting the very college that the university doesn't want to pay to help these people travel?
Wouldn't that be on the publication, not the university?
Well, I'm wondering, they're not getting paid. Like, it's not their job. They're student reporters. But I'm hoping their expenses are covered by the student.
I would think,
the Daily Ram or whatever the hell the
like
paper
the
is.
Missourian in Columbia or the Man Eater in Columbia.
I would hope. Or even the athletic department, because it is marketing for them.
Sure.
These people make millions and millions of dollars, and then you got people attempting to cover it for the university, and they're
sleeping in their car outside the KFC.
They have to spend their own money to do this? Come on.
The team gets on the chartered plane, and then the student reporter is asleep at the Wallies in the bathroom,
driving through the snow to get there.
We also got Mike Francesa, a friend of the show, Doug. He apparently was doing some research on the air.
Yeah.
I had a lot of Francesa moments yesterday, so I'm not going to make fun of it. You tell me what happened.
I cut it down. Otherwise, it would sound like we were having dead air because he's trying to find what time the Hofstra game is at and where it's going to be at. And it legit took him 45 seconds to find any information about this live on his podcast. I cut it down as best I could so it doesn't sound like we're on dead air.
All right.
So here you go.
Okay.
If you're looking for local teams, if you're looking for, like, St. John's, they're tomorrow night at 7. If you're looking for Hofstra, they are... Where is Hofstra?
I don't know. It's on Long Island somewhere.
Is that a sound effect?
Yeah.
Hofstra.
They play Alabama 2:15.
Doug found it.
Alabama 2:15.
They are tomorrow against Alabama at 3:15
Eastern.
Yeah. So, and I cut that down. Remember, I cut that down. There was a lot more dead air.
If people are interested, don't you think they can look it up their own self?
Yeah, but once you commit to it, you can't just pull out.
We've all done that.
Finish the
We've
job.
all done. How many updates have you started?
Yeah.
And the Blues play, and then you turn and look over your right shoulder, and then if the board is blank.
Well, that begs the question, is it better to get it wrong but do it quickly or get it right and take 45 seconds of dead air?
Yeah, the alternative would have been, and you got Hofstra, they're going to be playing on Friday. They got the Friday game this
afternoon.
So a chance for them to really kind of enjoy the tournament longer because they don't play on Thursday. All right, what else we got going on, guys? We are pre-Gabe. Does that mean drops or is that later, pal?
No, let's do
what
drops.
do you want to do, buddy?
VIP Auto Accessories presents the drops every week. We love having VIP Auto Accessories attached to something like the drops. Big fans of Tommy Sapoka and everybody over at VIP Auto, so they present every week the drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
My undershrub's cold sensitive too.
Is that like Swappy?
You want to call me a guy who's going to be a dark cloud? Go ahead. I don't care. Old man screaming on my lawn? I'm not interested.
It just looks like a really fat garden hose.
Imagine a fat Twinkie, Doug.
Eggplant emoji?
Yeah, you're not getting laid.
I'll send him some private pictures.
When the Vaughn khaki crotch cam will be up and running.
Whoa. So you go, Jackson.
Oh, this is my mother's recipe. Here, try it. And you're like, well, that's awful.
And then stuffed in natural hog casings.
I like sausage as much as the next guy.
I've never tweeted. I don't do it. I don't have an account. I don't do that. I know there's fake accounts. I don't do it. I've never done one. As I tweeted the other day.
It's going a little swappy so far.
I just won't touch it.
That was drops of the week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
All right. Shout out to VIP Auto Accessories.
Good to hear a little Cam weaving
it's
in
great
the
hearing Cam.
drops of the week. Where's Cam? Where's Tim? It's TMA, Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt with you. Gabe DeArmond on deck. Mizzou tonight in St. Louis playing Miami. The U here in town. We'll do that. Gabe next on TMA. AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website I've been talking about, and it's real simple. If you're in the market for a new car and you're not sure what you can afford or what you can get approved for, this is the answer. AutoLoan Pro gets your life and your credit back on track. Doesn't matter the situation or the circumstance, they'll get you that new vehicle, and they'll do it with the best rate possible, as also with little to no money down. Great combination, little to no money down, best rates possible, and you get into a new vehicle. Making that large purchase gets complicated, especially if there's a hiccup along the way. Auto Loan Pro is going to get you back on track. All you need to know is to choose the Pro, Auto Loan Pro. They're part of the Lita family. Website also has that free playbook they put together to educate you on how to get the car of your choice in the future. They'll help you do all of that. So 2 things in one: improving your credit, getting a new vehicle, little to no money down. Great combination. Autoloanpro.com, the site that's got the vehicles right there to select. You'll see our buddy Robert Thomas on the site as well, and the playbook. All of it, one spot, autoloanpro.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tomorrow evening, taking on the Vancouver Canucks. Pregame at 5, puck drop at 6, right here on 101 ESPN. That's their Sports Center update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Big night for the Tigers, late tip. So technically, Jackson, they'll be one of the last ones standing.
Yep.
Because they have the last game.
That's right.
Of the first round. 9-10 scheduled at Enterprise Center, Mizzou. As the 10 seed taking on 7 Miami of Florida. Gabe DeArmond, Power Mizzou, joining us on this Friday. It's game day. And I'm assuming, Gabe, you'll be in the house for this one.
I will, yeah. I'm leaving Columbia sometime early this afternoon and driving over. It doesn't even feel like game day, though. It's going to feel like a whole separate day by the time this game starts.
Yeah, and by 9:10, okay, that means 9:30. So, and then it means midnight is probably when this game is winding down. What's the expectation level? Been kind of an uneven season, to say the least, for Mizzou. Excited, I'm sure, to be in there. But what do you think we'll see tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fan base's opinions kind of mirror mine, which is when it first came out, you thought, hey, new life, great path, Miami, not a basketball power or anything like that. You felt pretty good. And as the week's gone on, the more I've looked at this, I think these are teams that kind of go about it the same way, but Miami just goes about it a little bit better. I think they have a few more advantages in this game than Missouri does. And look, Missouri fans very much are. I generally kind of hate the show me attitude, but this team and this program has to prove something to its fan base in March before they're going to really buy in that it can happen. So I would say healthy skepticism going into this one.
Yeah, it is just one game, but I think people are going, well, we should have beat Drake and we laid an egg, and then we probably should have beat Princeton and we laid an egg. So I think you're right. I think it's not, an ultimate litmus test, but I think body of work now in the tournament is going to be questioned depending on how this game plays out.
And it's not just those two. I mean, I always think about what Gary Pinkel used to say, I didn't create the problems here, but now they're my problems, right? And, I mean, you go back to I grew up with Rhode Island and Xavier in northern Iowa, and you throw in Tyus Edney and you throw in the Elite Eight losses. And, Missouri has a long history of scar tissue in this tournament. And that Dennis Gates didn't do most of it, but he inherits it because the fan base has it all. People our age and older remember it all. And it adds up over time to a point where when this tournament starts, I think Missouri fans generally brace themselves to expect the worst, because the truth is they've gotten the worst a lot of times over the years.
You would think this is going to feel like a home game. How big a factor do you think that might be tonight?
I mean, it can be a factor if the team gives it a reason to be, right? I agree with you. I mean, I would think it would be 80 to 90% Mizzou fans in the building. And even the other fans, I don't expect there to be a lot of Miami fans outside of the few hundred tickets the school gets. I can't imagine a lot of people making the trip from Coral Gables, or that there's a lot of Miami basketball fans that are transplants near the area. I think you might get some, people that live in St. Louis that just like basketball, who might be more SLU or Illinois fans who will cheer against Missouri. But I think in general, it should be a very pro-Missouri crowd tonight. which doesn't matter at all if Missouri's going to go out and do what it did in the last 3 games, which is dig itself a 15-point hole in the first half.
It is interesting that in that building is where we thought the season ended, and now here they are, the ultimate opportunity being March Madness in that same building. But I think we go back at that time, it's like, okay, we need these other guys that are eventually going to show up like a Jaden Stone. You kind of need those guys to show up again to help Mark Mitchell.
Yeah. No question. I mean, and it just has to be, I think we talked about this on Monday, like it has to be somebody. I don't even care who. Just pick any of the other 6 guys that are going to play to support Mark a little bit. The more I look at this, I think Missouri's one potential place where it could have a big advantage is shooting the ball from outside. Neither one of these teams is reliant on the 3. But Missouri, I think, has had more days where, they've seen a lot of them go in than Miami has, which makes this, to me, the most likely guys that could be that, best supporting actor have to be Trent Pierce and Jaden Stone.
You look at the team stats, and they're remarkably similar, almost all the way down the line. This looks like a mirror image of each other, these two teams. Miami's favored. Is that how you would see it? Is that how you would pick it?
There's 2 places where the stats differ that I think are in Miami's favor. Number 1 is rebounding. They have an average rebound margin of plus 7.5 per game. Missouri is not a bad rebounding team, but it's not a great rebounding team by any means. So I think that's a concern, especially on the offensive glass. And then the other thing is turnovers. Like, they both turn it over a good amount, but Miami forces more turnovers. Miami's much closer to even on giveaways, takeaways than Missouri is. And, I mean, just look no further than the Kentucky game. The reason they lost that one was just all the unforced errors, just stepping out of bounds, throwing the ball to nowhere, lazy passes. If Missouri's going to come in this game and turn it over 15 times, I don't see how they win.
And in the end, they'll be able to say 3 out of 4 years in the tournament. But I think people will be frustrated. If I would say, even if they play well, that's a different. But if they play poorly or just kind of crap the bed, then I feel like that's a whole different dial. If you play well and lose in the first round, it happens. I think that to me is the first. And that's not very satisfying. But I think in terms of people's angst, if they play like crap, it's going to be off the charts.
Yeah, I mean, if they no-show, literally, guys, I hate that this game is 12 hours away, and I'm already just like, please win, because I know what it's going to be like if they lose. It is going to be misery. I mean, the cloud from the Drake game, really, I think it's still hanging over this program. I think it lasted all year. And this game, this isn't Drake. This is an ACC team. You're an underdog. The thing about the tournament is it is such a crapshoot. Like, you can't base everything on what does my team do for 1 to 5 games in March, right? But that's what this sport has become. Other than the complete diehards, most fans started paying attention to this sport like a week ago. And if you're not winning at this time of year on a regular basis, like, that is how you are judged. Fair or not, it's how you are judged. I mean, an NFL coach can't go 12-5 every year but never make the Super Bowl, right? And I don't want to I would not by any means call this a must-win game for Dennis Gates. But, man, I think the perception could swing so wildly just on whether you win or lose this game. And I don't think tonight changes whether he's a good, bad, or indifferent coach. I mean, this game is most likely not going to come down to something Dennis Gates did or did not do, right? But this is how they are judged in college basketball, whether a shot goes in, whether it's a call that goes your way, a bounce that goes your way, whatever. Just the difference in winning this game by a point and losing this game by a point and the perception of the fan base is just going to be massive.
It is interesting that next year the hype about the program is all about the recruits, an unbelievable recruiting class, when some of the country, famously Rick Pitino and others, I don't even care about high school kids anymore. It's kind of going against the trend that I'm sure there'll be transfer money spent and in the portal and all of that, but a lot of the hype is based on freshmen, which you don't hear anymore in college basketball.
Yeah, you don't see it a lot, although, I mean, look at this year. There's a bunch of people picking Arkansas as a Final Four team, and I don't think it's outlandish. And the reason is because Darius Acuff is an absolute star, right? Without the Boozer brothers, Duke makes history yesterday. There are BYU got beat, but not for lack of trying by A.J. DeBonsa. Now, I don't – next year's class is not regarded like this year's class is. This year's class was like a historic – like there are multiple NBA teams losing to get some of these guys. Next year's class isn't that way, but a top 5 player in the class is a top 5 player in the class. I mean, I don't know if you can expect Jason Crow to be Darius Acuff next year, but maybe you can hope he's the Burries kid from Arizona, a guy that I think you should expect him to come in and put up 15 points a game next year. And now it's up to Gates to pick which guys need to come back and then go out in the portal and support him, surround him with all the right guys. And, oh, by the way, there's a St. Louis kid that's out there again that Missouri's trying to get that could add to that freshman class too.
Yeah, Coleman opening up at Principia. Final football thought here. How about came out yesterday, I guess, Austin Simmons is, that's according to On3, that he's going to be the starting quarterback for Mizzou. I guess we thought maybe a little competition with Matt Zollers, and surprised at the timing of this?
Yeah, I'm going to get myself in trouble here. It's not according to On3. It's according to a official tweet from Missouri football. But
I'm sorry.
On3 has mastered social media and taking everybody else's things and making them seem as if they are their own. So congratulations to them. But, Austin Simmons, look, we knew he was QB1 from day one. Some people are a little surprised Eli Drinkwitz did it at the end of spring football, but you got to remember, in past years, there was the spring transfer portal window, right? So if you're naming a starting quarterback in March, the other guys can leave in April or May if they want to. That can't happen this year. That window is gone. So Matt Zollers is locked in next season, as are the rest of the quarterbacks on the roster. So if you know who your guy's going to be, there's no reason not to say it out loud in March.
There it is. It's official. Gabe DeArmond, nap time, and then a trip to St. Louis, Mizzou, and Miami tonight in St. Louis with the latest start of the first round. And we'll, one way or the other, we'll break it all down. Oh, will there be a post game tonight? Boy, that would be
there better be.
1 a.m.
There will be. It is slated for a 12:30 start. I don't think it will be that early. I think it'll be later than that.
Yeah, I was just looking at saying we'll probably be in the Mizzou locker room at like 12:30. Oh, my God.
It'll be a juicy postgame if they lose.
It's going to be a long evening.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, hopefully not the last of the year. Hopefully it'll be another few games.
It'll be another one on Sunday.
Hopefully we can get the 11:15 a.m. Sunday game, so we just pretty much don't even sleep, right, before
that'd be sweet. Yeah.
What I just found, I just went to Mizzou football Twitter. There it is, QB1. There it is, their official tweet. I got sucked in by the other fellas there. All right, Gabe, keeping us honest here. PowerMizzou.com for all things Mizzou. We'll talk to you on Monday.
All right, we'll probably see you guys tonight.
Yeah.
All right, then.
I'll be down there. Doug's a true son. You went to the practice. That's what a diehard does. You go to the practice, and you just yell, good luck.
Tell him good luck. That's what I did. I just stood up and bellowed that.
And almost nobody is passionate about these Tigers as our friend James Carlton of James Carlton State Farm, Martin. Here's Tim telling you about him right now.
James Carlton has been doing it for 18 years. 18 years. And in all that time, nearly 2 decades, James says he has never seen automotive insurance rates drop like he has seen here over the last handful of months. And that's why James is saving listeners lots of money. Imagine picking up the phone, spending 5 minutes on a call, and that being worth thousands of dollars to you. Well, that is actually what could be the case when you call James Carlton at 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Long-time TMA sponsor, long-time Tim McKernan Show podcast sponsor. James Carlton is my insurance agent. He's Jamie Rivers' insurance agent. He's Brandon Kiley's insurance agent. Now Jackson Burkett has made the switch as well. and we're all enjoying the incredible customer service that James and his team provide. It's carltoninsurance.net or call 314-961-4800. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm.
Friday edition TMA. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt with you. Still plenty more to get to on the show, including Ryan Luechtefeld coming up 10 o'clock hour talking about his Billikens in absolute domination last night over Georgia. We'll talk more about the SLU historic win and what's next with number 1 Michigan, 11-10 on Saturday. It's TMA on 101 ESPN. Oh, perfect. Friday afternoon, head to the Village Bar. All the basketball games will be on. Games are always on at Village Bar. Great place to meet your friends, hang out for lunch or happy hour, dinner with the kids, the family. It's great for that, too. It's really one of those combination places. You can go with the family, go with your friends, hang out, watch the game, and sample the fine products that are 1879 Distilling. They're made in the barn out back. When you park at Village Bar, you see that really cool historic barn. Such a beautiful facade there. Well, inside, they're making these award-winning spirits. Started doing this a few years back, and now winning awards throughout the region. And on Saturdays, they open up the tasting room. That's from noon to 5. A lot of fun. You can sample the products, find out more about the history of Red Barn Vodka, 1879 Rye, 1879 Bourbon. Tasting room, noon to 5 Saturday. It's connected there. It's just on the, what would that be? I think that's the east side of the building there. It's a beautiful little speakeasy type vibe. They've got a gift shop in there as well for Village Bar and 1879. Check it out Saturdays noon to 5 and find out more online at 1879distilling.com. Doug, you wanted to hear Falco.
I really did. Yeah, this is nice.
Kind of sets the mood, the tone for a big day of college basketball. Think about it.
It's also somebody's theme song. Because we have a guest on the Callier and Thompson phone line.
Doug, we have a guest on the line.
Is it Tim's theme song?
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
Tim McKernan has joined the program. Unfortunately, those wanting to see Tim will not be able to. He's on the phone with us, the Callier and Thompson phone line. Tim McKernan checking in with the dais. Tim, what say you?
What's up, boys? How are you?
We're good. We're fired up. We were up late watching the Billikens. We're going to be up late watching the Tigers tonight. Man, the SLU buzz is real. I said this yesterday. They're in the tournament. It's great for SLU. They don't make it very often. But wouldn't it be nice if it isn't a one and done where everybody just kind of pats them on the back and says, oh, it was a cute little story. If they could get that extra day and covered, I don't think it could have gone any better because Jim Jackson, Jason Benet, the national coverage, they were just oohing and on about Avila and SLU. And then they just destroyed SEC product. It was, it was a great night for the Billikens.
I absolutely loved it and was expecting if they were going to win, it would have to be a close game. So to see them dominate like that was stunning, and I would imagine eye-opening for a number of people, not just in the St. Louis area, but around the country who are watching college basketball going, where'd this come from? I didn't expect it. I know a lot of people in the St. Louis area probably didn't expect it either, but now that it's happened, it draws even more attention. And what a month for St. Louis University from a big picture standpoint to get Josh Schertz committed. And I realize the contracts can come and go, but at the very least, you have him around for next year. And then you also get a signature win in the NCAA tournament. And now you're playing with house money after an absolutely dominating performance over an SEC team. Couldn't be a better stretch of 7 days for St. Louis University.
And you might be constantly auditioning for the Big East. It doesn't hurt, right?
Yes.
That they see on the big stage, they wow, that is a legit program. We've heard about it, and Eric Schmidt keeps calling us, but boy, they are pretty good.
Yeah, that's the big picture goal. And to do that in that setting last night legitimizes it even more so. The knock, and understandably so, doesn't change it, was that, okay, who did they beat? Where are we going to point to? Santa Clara? Okay. VCU, saw what VCU was able to do, and North Carolina collapsed late last night. But other than that, I know, and I understand it. I don't blame people for it because I wondered it myself. Is this thing smoke and mirrors? Was it collapsing? Had people figured it out? And instead, they operate with precision last night in picking apart a team that if I were a Georgia fan, I thought they quit about 3 or 4 minutes in. And that's the worst thing from a fan perspective, but it allowed SLU to run it up and put on a clinic and all kinds of highlights en route to a win that Billiken fans and college basketball fans alike were paying attention to.
Georgia didn't seem much interested in playing any defense. You'd like a layup? Sure.
No,
how about 10 or 20 of those?
No, they just were getting dominated from the get-go. And the thing is, I don't know, how much you guys talked about the early part of the game. St. Louis University wasn't hitting threes. I mean, if you could have gotten a number on Kellen Thames being the first Billiken to hit a three, he didn't even take threes. And for him to be the first one to hit a three, they won that game without threes. If you think about St. Louis University winning basketball games, usually it's because they're lighting up threes, and then that opens up the interior shots. But that was not what happened last night. If anything, it was the inverse. And so for it to happen in that fashion and then to force the number of turnovers that they did that led to the points in transition against a team that usually will, run it up and down the floor, led the country in dunks. I think they maybe had a couple last night toward the end of the game, but otherwise just not something that I think people expected going in, and so it catches your attention. And like I said, it's house money at this point. I actually thought the spread, have you guys looked at the spread for the Michigan game?
I have not. I'm pulling that up presently.
It's 12.5.
Yeah.
I would have thought it would have been more, honestly. I would have thought somewhere in the 15 to 20 range. I mean, I realize that's a wide number, but, the one thing when Michigan had trouble with Wisconsin, and I know Wisconsin's season came to an end yesterday, it's because Wisconsin was able to fire up threes and hit them. And that was the difference in one game where they won and another one where it was close. And that is, St. Louis University is playing with freedom now. Throw them up. And there are a wide variety of guys who can do it. We saw against Davidson. It was Blake Dunlap against Dayton when they beat him in St. Louis. It was Trey Green. And, of course, you always have the Robbie Avila factor and what can go on with him. Dharma went off. I can't recall which game that was.
That was the St. Bonaventure game. He just went insane.
Yes, that's where – yeah. I mean, so, like I said, there's a freedom that comes with getting that win, like you said, Martin, because if you lose – then it's like, okay, yeah, they did it, but they did it because they were in the A-10, and the A-10 was garbage. And then you do it, and you dominate in that fashion, and it's a week after you lock up Josh Schertz. And again, I realize locking up in college athletics is, certainly got a large amount of loopholes. But nonetheless, he's coming back. Just an incredible week for that program. Once they beat George Washington, the Dayton thing was kind of neither here nor there in the A-10 tournament. But that was a whatever. I felt like they were in the NCAA tournament. I guess the thing that sucks is maybe it would have gotten them to a 7 as opposed to a 9, and then they wouldn't have had to dealt with these 3 major powerhouses that are out there in Duke, Arizona, and their opponent, Michigan, and maybe you get a 2 seed, which is more realistic to beat. But either way, you have that dominating performance last night. You got Josh Schertz under contract when I think most people around the country thought he would be gone after this year. And you get a win like that against an SEC team. I just don't know what else you could possibly ask for.
I told these guys earlier, I talked to John Rothstein on the TV side yesterday. He's here with CBS, of course, sports pundit, covers the sport closely. I said, what was the level of shock by the insiders, the pundits, when Schertz decided to stay? And I felt like his answer sort of indicated that, well, it's for another year. He said basically there weren't any good jobs open. If you were looking to leap, it wasn't a good time to go, which kind of gives you this deflating, oh, no, we're going to go through this again next year despite the long-term deal. But for SLU, it's a win. However, I think if he has success like last night, maybe part of Schertz starts to think a little bit, not if you're offered a huge job, you got to take it, but hey, maybe we can have success here. You know what I mean? Even for him, seeing what played out last night, maybe more encouraging, like, okay, we can do big things at SLU. And if you get pounded by Georgia, you're like, oh, God, I got to get out of here.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think the one thing that I kept holding on to was the first time he was in studio with us and he was telling his backstory, which I wasn't aware of. I would imagine most people in the audience weren't aware of. And that was that, he had to basically be told by the president of Lincoln Memorial, where he went to 2 Division II Final Fours, that you've got to take that interview at Indiana State. And he didn't want to do it. He was turning around and coming back to Tennessee from Terre Haute. And that's just kind of who he is. I just think it's a case-by-case basis. What does an individual want? Does an individual want the blue blood opportunity, or does the individual, find something that makes them happy and their family happy? And it's just a case-by-case basis. But at the very least, from a momentum standpoint, he's around for one more season, and that the program had a dominating win in the NCAA tournament, and that's a huge thing for the big picture momentum for St. Louis University. And like you said, Martin, that Big East conversation. And now you have an opportunity when you're freed up, and maybe they get run off the floor tomorrow by 30, okay. But either way, they beat Georgia, and they beat the hell out of Georgia. And Josh Schertz is coming back, so you're free rolling.
Some people just don't like to get up and move again. That's not very common among college coaches, but it could be that Schertz he gets comfortable and familiar with the place, and that's where he wants to be. And we got to hope that that's the situation here in St. Louis. Looks like it may be.
I think I just keep going back to the fact that he did not want to leave Lincoln Memorial. And again, maybe that was a different time, but he was, I think, 45 when he went to Indiana State, if my math is correct. So, it's not like he was in his 20s. And I think, we were talking about this with Chris May when he was in studio with us, why this team that wound up being a 9 seed is getting more attention than a team from 12 years ago that was a 5 seed. And I think it's a combination of what you've heard. I know Ryan Luechtefeld's coming up. Some of the former Billikens have said is he's got the mind of Majerus, but he has the personality of Spoonhour. And when you combine those things, that's what gets people on board. No disrespect to Jim Cruz, but that wasn't his persona. And I think it's that combination that has gotten people who otherwise would not be paying attention to St. Louis University basketball invested. And, we've been doing this show, obviously, for a very long time, and I don't recall a time where the market was as captivated by St. Louis University in our run for this show. I realize the 1990s and Larry Hughes, but that predates this show. But that's a different conversation. And now you talk about the possibility of the Big East, and I do think that there is real momentum there, but I don't think that's necessarily going to play out publicly. You have 40 minutes tomorrow against a team that could legitimately win the national championship. And you have an opportunity to do something that will be remembered for the rest of your life. And what else could you possibly ask for? That's how you get to be a legend, and that's what the opportunity these guys have tomorrow.
It always scares me when teams live on the three because you get cold and you got no answer. Well, they were 3 of 15 at halftime and leading by 17. It's just unbelievable. Yeah. It's just the fact they could do it and scoring 66 points in the paint with a small team. And I said this earlier, too, that Jason Benetti called it surgical. And you watch the passing that was going on. I really think that described it well. So if you're a SLU fan, maybe we can win on some nights when we don't hit our threes. That's encouraging.
Yeah, and I thought another element, Mart, that was so great is you're prepared. It's like, when you're watching a hockey game and you'll hear the term, we know there's going to be a push coming up in the second or third period. You knew that was coming from Georgia. You may have heard the halftime interview. I don't recall with the player they
Wilkinson,
talked with Georgia.
Yeah, the only kid who was scoring.
Yes, and they said they got after each other in the locker room. They got to play hard in the second half because they didn't play right. And what was their response? They got run off the floor.
Well, they only gave up the first 18 points.
The first 18. After that, they settled in.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I was prepared for going, okay, this is probably going to get down to a 8 to 10 point game. You just know the push is coming. And instead, it was St. Louis University who responded. And, it was like I said, just looking at it from a big picture standpoint, what's going on here over the last week. When going into this month, you knew if you're paying close attention that it's a great opportunity. But with the great opportunity comes risk. That's the risk. The risk could be, okay, you might get into the NCAA tournament and get worked over, and then the public goes, okay, you were a fraud, a byproduct of a weak schedule, and Josh Schertz is leaving. And instead, you play an SEC team, and you beat the hell out of them, and Josh Schertz signs a contract extension. So from that standpoint, if you're a Billiken fan, and I don't look at it necessarily through the lens of being a Billiken fan so much as it's St. Louis sports, and it's good for St. Louis sports. It's the same thing. You might go, okay, I'm not an Illinois fan, but it's good for the St. Louis sports scene. I'm not a Missouri fan. Well, it's good for the St. Louis sports scene. And I realize colleges have different allegiances, and it's different than if you're a Blues fan or a Cardinals fan. But it's good for the market if St. Louis University is another big sport on the St. Louis calendar. And the way that becomes a reality is if you are in a big-time conference. And by the way, I don't know how much you guys have talked about this, but what a statement. That head coach of High Point, did you play that by chance?
We did.
Holy crap. He was ready to scrap after the game.
He was fired up.
And the same, it's the same, there's this whole thing. I wish these guys would continue to say this. It's like, well, you didn't play anybody. We tried to play them. They didn't want to play us. And by the way, you can't sit there and go, okay, well, these schools are, I'm getting comfortable. I almost used a 5-letter word for cat or kitten.
Oh, no.
But these schools, why, if you are, take your pick of whomever, an SEC, Big 10, Big 12, ACC, Big East, why would you play them? Why would you bring in risk? You're not running a charity. You're running a program. And if you know that you can play a bunch of non-conference teams and you lose and it doesn't hurt you, why would you play them? So the issue, I don't sit there and point fingers at those schools. They're not running a charity. They have a responsibility to put themselves in the best position. And right now, the metrics reward playing those other non-conference schools from the Power Five. But that's the issue with the metric at this moment, because now these schools are getting a chance to play. And you saw what happened with VCU and North Carolina, albeit it's a hobbled North Carolina team. That's not the same team that beat Duke and Chapel Hill. You saw what happened with Miami. I couldn't believe they were a 7.5-point underdog against SMU. That was in the free money category. And you saw High Point against Wisconsin, a team that beat Michigan and gave them another run. And I would imagine there will probably be another, couple today. So I personally love seeing it. But again, I don't look at that as a reflection of the coaches or the athletic directors at the Power 5 schools being bitches. They're just doing the right thing by making sure that they play the Power 5 conferences. And if they lose, it doesn't hurt them. Whereas if they go into, in some cases, take your pick of whichever one, High Point, St. Louis University, Miami, Ohio, and you lose, or you host them and you lose, then it can damage your chances for the NCAA tournament. So it's a no-win situation. So the issue goes back to the metrics. And what High Point's coach said is we won, 22 or 23 games, and we didn't move up one spot. I mean, what does that tell you about the system and the way that these non-Power 5 schools are rewarded for having huge wins?
Yeah, the pushback does seem to be now more about the NCAA and the committee and how this all is, computed, as opposed to the individual schools saying no. A final thought, Mizzou tonight. Jackson got upset the other day because Doug and I were looking and saying, God, how did they go 0-18 in the SEC? And he said, no, we're not bringing that up.
Unneeded stray. Unnecessary.
We're just looking at resumes saying we can't believe that happened. So, Jackson, is it okay if I point out Mizzou 1-6 in their last 7 NCAA tournament games? Is that okay to bring
That's
up?
Fine.
Okay.
Whatever.
Expectation.
Let's celebrate that Utah State win in 2023. Let's focus on that.
Right, yeah. What's wrong with being positive on Friday?
Yeah. So we've got about a 9:30 tip tonight. The Colonel very excited about his 1 a.m. postgame show.
Oh, is it now 9:30? It got moved back even more?
Well, it's 9:10, but it's the second game, so it's probably 9:30. So then you're looking at about a midnight.
The Billiken game was supposed to be 8:45 if memory serves.
Yeah,
and wound up being 9:10.
Yeah, 25 minutes off. So I'm sliding Mizzou by about 20 tonight. So it's 9:30. Then the game ends at about 11:50. I don't know. And the Colonel kind of spelled it out. If people missed it, go back and listen. Kind of. Not that it's a litmus test on Gates and the program, but in some sense for Mizzou fans, it's kind of, well, what are we going to do in March? Are we going to win a game? We're going to show up. I think a lot of folks are kind of anxious about that.
Yeah, and understandably so, because it has been rough, and not just in the tournament, but also his record in the month of March. And now you're going, okay, well, this is a golden opportunity. You get the break of getting to play in St. Louis. I will be quite anxious to see what kind of guard play they get out of either T.O. Barrett or Ant Robinson. I feel like that's the key for Missouri. And if they're not there, either one of them, and that can happen, then they're most likely going to have problems. But at the same time, as you pointed out earlier, Martin, if you would have told me St. Louis University had 3 3-pointers at the half, I would have gone, oh, God, they're probably down by 10. And instead they were up by whatever it was, 17 points. So who knows with the way that it plays out. You feel like you can count on Mark Mitchell to be there, but who else is going to provide help to Mark Mitchell? And if you can get past Miami, it sets up a hell of an opportunity. And what a weekend for St. Louis area fans, and that you'd have Illinois playing VCU, you have St. Louis University playing Michigan, and the possibility of Missouri playing Purdue, unless Queens shocks the world. And you got 3 monster college basketball teams with a tenth of the remaining field, all represented in the St. Louis metropolitan area. What else could you ask for?
Dale in Grubville points out, if Gates wins tonight, another extension for Drinkwitz. I think that's how it.
I didn't know that was on the table.
Yeah. Boy, I think that's how it works. All right, Tim McKernan back. Is it next Tuesday?
Tuesday, yeah.
Okay, a lot of people concerned. Somebody said, "Can I start eating again?" Apparently, they've been on somebody was on a hunger strike, Doug.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's the right way to handle it. Yeah, you can start eating when we land on Monday, Doug, and I would imagine Lambert will welcome us back with a gentle hello, the gentle handshake when you arrive.
They'll
and
scream
your
at you.
luggage.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Move on.
St.
Get
Gabe's
going.
choir. St. Gabe's choir will be out there singing.
Well, if you would just swing by Roger, just tell the Cardinals good luck. Just tell them good luck, okay?
I'll tell them good luck.
All right, Tim McKernan checking in with us on the program. We'll see him back in studio next Tuesday. Enjoy the weekend.
God bless. See you, boys. Have a good weekend.
All right, then.
Tim McKernan checking in on the program. I didn't want to get Papers in trouble, but he was hard rapping Tim. Like, I don't know. Can you do it?
Who do you think you are to do
What
that?
do you got a hot take you want to get to, son?
Yeah, I was so desperate to give off more takes after, 6.5 hours yesterday.
One question was, can I start eating again for the hunger strike? And another said, can I stop drinking?
There you go.
From wee to
Start eating,
low.
stop drinking, unless it's a delicious Michelob Ultra, which you should always drink responsibly. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. The sponsor of the YouTube chat.
And in my defense, I do look up the big board here for the YouTube chat. It's not always prominent on. Sometimes it
Right.
disappears.
Sometimes there's lulls.
It's like the listeners. They cycle on,
And then they cycle off.
which is why we'll get back to more Billiken talk. Ryan Luechtefeld, 10 o'clock hour. We did have Gabe DeArmond earlier this hour, 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. A lot of talk about not just the Mizzou game with Miami tonight, but where it, I don't know, kind of where it fits.
State of the program.
Yeah, state of the program, I think. And, a lot of times with a college team, it's almost always state of the program.
Right.
What have you done lately? And for Mizzou, the NCAA numbers have not been pretty, really for a long time, if we're being honest.
No,
So, Mizzou,
but you never know. Nebraska had never won a game.
Yeah.
They got
Time to change the narrative.
The Billikens kind of limped into this. They didn't play their best basketball for the last month. Mizzou's lost 3 in a row, 5 out of 8, and yet you have no idea what Mizzou team you're going to see tonight.
Nope. Ain't that the truth?
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that America? TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
If you've opened your energy bill lately and thought there has to be a better way, you're probably right. Drafty, outdated windows can quietly drain your wallet month after month, letting warm air escape in the winter, cool air leak out in the summer, and forcing your HVAC system to work overtime. Well, Universal Windows Direct will help you out, because right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. The more you upgrade, the more you save. Plus, you'll get 24 months with no payments and no interest, giving you 2 full years to enjoy the comfort before paying a dime. And this month, they're also offering a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. It's Universal Windows Direct. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Buy 2, get 2 free. No payments, no interest for 24 months. $500 off your project. Upgrade now and enjoy comfort that lasts for decades. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
First game down at Enterprise Center, 11:15. That's the Kentucky Santa Clara game. Boy, that's a tough draw out there in the Bay Area. You got to watch your team play at 9:15. 9:15 in the morning. Kentucky first up. We'll have the fun and games going on at Ray's Sports House. BK and Ferrario live, Fastlane live, all 7 hours, 11 to 6, live programming from Ray's Sports House in Soulard. And now it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. But first, a word from Jackson Burkett.
Yeah, if Martin, you were talking about Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You know something about Design Air Heating and Cooling.
I do. You're right. I shouldn't just mention that they sponsor
Yeah.
email of the day. There's so much more than that. Great HVAC company that has been around St. Louis for more than a century. And when you think about heating and cooling, you're like, well, what was it like back then? We had beers with Seth a few months ago, and he was talking about how the family business has evolved and so many things have changed. But the one constant was always about comfort inside your home. So if the air conditioning isn't working right, you know you're not comfortable. If the heat's not working right, you're not comfortable. And that's why you go to Design Air for your repair or for your replacement. If you need a new unit, we did that in November. Great team coming out, and there's certain steps. First, they explain all the options. Then there's the install, and then the explanation, and then you've got a new unit working just great. Couldn't say, I don't know, I couldn't say anything more about Design Air than what we always tell you. The best in town, and they are honest and reliable. A couple of key phrases when you're talking about the industry. Make sure you're with the best. It's designairservice.com. Set up your appointment. Air conditioning, good time of year to get a little maintenance check before summer takes hold. It's designairservice.com.
All right, you boys ready for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day?
I don't know if I am.
I'm not, because I'm mourning the death of Chuck Norris.
Yeah, we didn't mention Chuck
Passed away this morning.
Norris.
Rest in peace.
We were getting peppered.
86.
All right, we're going to do the design.
We'll get back.
I'm sorry.
I'm over it. I guess I'm over it just like that.
Somewhat of a time constraint on things.
Papers is tight now. He's
I'm not
super
tight.
tight.
I'm just trying to
We'll
do
get
my
back to We'll get
What
to
a
your
career.
Chuck Norris thoughts. Jackson doesn't care.
Okay. Whew, man,
It was the night before the tournament, and as his bracket was perfected, little Jackie Papers lay snug at his bed. March expected, he rejected. It's called March Madness, he screamed as he erected the top sheet. Whack-a-mole as he bellowed, not March expected. He completed his task, and the March expected term he dissected. It's actually good for only one team. For the black and gold, it's directed. It's only our Mizzou, Jackson's Tigers, that are infected with heartbreaking losses each year. Who play in March expected? That's from We Too Low.
We Too Low. He worked hard on that.
Yeah, he sure did. A lot of effort.
We Too Low.
You guys are right. Whenever you're having a bad stomach pain and there's not a turlet near, Papa, nope. And then the pain goes away.
No.
Recently, when my tummy has been upset and there's no buckets around, I'm thinking about me and Doug this past Saturday. He was down at the parade with Dora, and they were wearing matching green singlets that rode up real nice like on the buttocks. I sauntered over to him and said, "Aaron, go bra." And due to such a flirt, he immediately whisked me back to his LeBaron, and next thing I know, I'm wearing Dora's collar and singlet, and he's flat. What? Nope, I don't think I can continue on. That's from Mikey Want Milky.
Was that Kevin Miller?
No, Mikey Want Milky.
Mikey Want Milky.
Happy Friday, boys.
Just when you see Mikey Want Milky, you can probably say, I bet this email is not going to go well.
Likely, but you never know. Happy Friday, boys. Any thoughts on getting a High Point jersey before that slipper falls off? I'm all about bandwagon, so I'm hopping on and holding on for the ride, however short it may be. You know who'd promote their brand even better than me? Method Man and Redman starring in How High 2. A couple of well-placed High Point jerseys in that movie would be like printing money for the university. At the end of the day, cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money, dollar bills, y'all. Bro Fallon, marketing whiz, and PBR drinker extraordinaire.
Bro Fallon.
Gosh, I just don't know if I'll ever be competent at anything. I'm the worst sports gambler of all time. It does not matter the sport nor the odds. I will lose. If I placed a bet on my parents waking up on Monday, I'd be collecting inheritance by Friday. Last year, I decided to try to test these powers for good. I placed a $1 bet on Blues opponents every game. You know the rest. Winning streak. Playoff berth. The magic did run out eventually. The gambling gods punished both me and the note for my hubris. So I spiraled, chasing my losses. I found myself parlaying corner kick over over-unders in a Sporting KC game with WNBA money lines. It was like cold water to the face, so I gave up. But even Daniel Day-Lewis came out of retirement, so why can't I? I returned with my March Madness bracket. I picked SLU to lose, and I was happy to see my foresight is in midseason form. I am still Stevie Wonder in the sports books. I got Mizzou losing as well, so you can thank me for the win on Monday, Jackson. Happy Friday, and go Tigers. That's from the Poor Film Student.
Poor film student.
That might be what you need. So somebody saying got Mizzou losing means that they'll win.
Right, if he thinks he's got the opposite of the Midas touch. What would be the opposite? Bronze touch? I don't know. I will try to keep this email a little cleaner today so the FCC doesn't paddle Jackson's toot sleeve. I ended up letting Chet come over last night for dinner. After our pork steak dinner, we hit downtown to take in a little madness. People couldn't keep their eyes off us. It was like city folk had never seen two fellas in shortcut Daisy Dukes and farm boots necking in the car whilst waiting a red light. Spring has sprung, so we let our kibbles and bits take in the breeze. Neither of us had any underwear on, but that was planned. The game and atmosphere were great. I had never eaten nacho cheese off a man's thigh, but there's always a first with Chet. We left after the last game, and instead of going home, we enjoyed a Clydesdale carriage ride through downtown. Chet's nip barbell got hung up on the rein, so every bump we hit yanked on that thing, and this morning it's elongated and looks like the nerp of a pit bull in heat.
Okay, let's wrap it up.
We hope to go back to that night and take in the scene again. Go Mizzou. That's from Chet's
neighbor.
Duggan, finally.
Okay, finally.
A lot of us have tolerated Jackson's hatred for hockey because he is just as cute as a button. Being an owner of
kind of weird reading that in the third person.
Being an owner of 5 K9s, his loathing of God's furry creations is an abomination. But his declaration of his detest for Christmas and the delicious foods is something we can't forgive. I'm just glad Tim wasn't in studio because he deserves better. I am personally so upset I can't even write in an erotic email. Papers? More like Pinko Kami. That's from Betty, last name Drillsum.
That's Kevin Miller.
A.K.A. Maker Eric Shun.
Betty Drizzle, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Doug, that's what we got.
French. Okay.
I'll even create my own little piece of paper, Jackson. I'm all grown up now. I can make my own piece of ripped off paper.
Yeah, you're just getting right down to the nitty gritty here. We're down to like the last 5 or 6.
And then the winner at the end of the month, whoever has the most wins, gets a free garage door.
Schaefer Door Company providing. So they also provide the podcast. So if you missed any Joey Vitale, Gabe DeArmond, Tim, who's just with us, you can podcast on the Schaefer Door Company app.
Or just us chopping it up.
Right. Yeah, or the fellas.
Random seggies that you can listen to later.
Yeah, a lot of good audio today.
10 o'clock hour on deck here. TMA talking some more Billigans. Ryan Luechtefeld checks in with us. It's the morning after, brought to you by Brown & Crouppen.
Roof Restore is a locally owned business with decades of experience in the roofing business. Roof Restore treats and maintains existing asphalt shingled roofs, adding up to 15 years to the life of your existing roof and a tiny fraction of the cost of replacement. The best part? It's up to 90% less than the cost of a roof replacement and guaranteed to extend the life of your roof by up to 15 years. The catch, not all roofs will qualify. Only asphalt shingled roofs between 5 and 20 years old with a lot of rack granule remaining will qualify. But find out if you do by going to notanewroof.com. And at notanewroof.com, you can see incredible before and after photos. Did you know you may not have to replace your aging roof? What if you could make it look and perform like new at a fraction of the cost? Visit notanewroof.com or call 314-279-ROOF to see if your roof is a candidate and save your roof and save your money.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. We got more second-round coverage here. First-round coverage, second day of the first-round coverage of the NCAA tournament on 101 ESPN this evening. Coverage starting at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
Ten o'clock hour here at TMA on this Friday. Martin, Doug, Jackson, Chairman Kurt with you. A lot of Billiken talk throughout, and why not? Historic win for the program. 29th win, NCAA tournament win in dominating fashion. 102 the final score. And they could have scored more. 102-77 as the Billikens take down Georgia. And joining us now, Ryan Luechtefeld from Del Mar Mortgage. And Luck, last week I heard your little tip, man. This guy, he pays attention. In that A-10 game with George Washington, you said SLU can get behind and they can be just fine because you said GW will let you back in a game. They were down 21, came all the way back. So with that in mind, we're going to tap into your expertise yet again. Luck, let's start with just the sheer enjoyment of seeing what played out Thursday in Buffalo.
Well, first of all, I do appreciate the shout-out for my wonderful analysis last week. And I'm pretty proud of that analysis. And you know, in typical journalism fashion, we're not going to talk about things that I'm wrong about. That's
exactly how we do
wax our own cars.
But no, last night was super exciting, obviously. I know talking about in the office, I was just telling people, like, I kept doing the math. I'm like, okay, we're only up 25, right? There's no way we're up 35. And no, in fact, we were up 35 and then 40 points. It was crazy.
Yeah, and I kept saying, well, it's 15, it's 17, it's 19, but that's not enough. It's at what point, as a fan, can you, because there's so many comebacks in basketball, as we said, SLU last night, VCU did it to North Carolina. Maybe when it gets to like 24, 25, 26, you go, okay, it's going to be almost impossible to blow it.
Yeah, I was similar. It's funny. I just kept watching, 19. Okay, it's the 19 because that was the biggest comeback, was it the history of the NCAA tournament, or at least in a long time, what VCU did?
I think in the first round.
Yeah, in the first round. It's like, okay, we're up 19, more than 19, so that can't happen twice in a day. So, yeah, I was similar. But when it got into the 20s, and then obviously as the clock started ticking down, where there just wasn't a lot of time left for them to come back from that big a deficit, it just became a lot more fun to watch.
What do you think triggered this Billiken effort? Were they holding back at the end of the regular season, or was it just one of those nights where everything happened to come together?
Here's what I think it is, and I think I've talked about this before. They're not an easy team to prepare for. They do things differently. And in the A-10, those teams have seen that now for 2 years. They scout so much. They've played them already 2, 3, maybe 4 times. And so they get used to it, and they put in defenses to handle it. Well, Georgia hasn't seen them, and if you noticed, SLU didn't shoot the three well because that's what Georgia took away, but then they forgot about the cutters, and so SLU just it goes back to the whole Princeton thing, and not that Princeton doesn't play like Princeton necessarily, but how often did they beat Georgetown and other teams in the 80s and 90s because they played different, and it's just hard to prepare for. Whereas they played those A-10 teams so many times that the other teams were prepared. Georgia obviously wasn't prepared for that style of play.
How much of it do you think was Schertz and his staff in recent weeks saying, all right, the book's out, they're going to try and play the perimeter, it's going to be a challenge to get clean threes off, and we're going to find ways to cut and find the open man and not doing the Princeton backdoor, but how much of that do you think last night was by design?
I don't know if they changed the way they play. I think they have. I mean, I think it was a little bit by design. I think they've, I'd have to go back and watch when they were blowing teams out in December and January. It seems like it was more threes than it was last night, so you're probably right. I think last night, it was amazing how easy it was. I mean, they got wide open layup after wide open layup, and the way they cut, this is maybe too much inside basketball, but when you see like Deion Brown drive to the rim. Well, a lot of teams just stand at the perimeter and hope that he kicks it out to somebody for a three. Well, what you see is Sharma cut right behind him, Deion Brown hand it to him, and Sharma make a layup. Like, they continue to cut even when somebody else is penetrating to the rim. And it's so much fun to watch.
And there was a play where the Billikens had, I think it was a 2-on-1, and it looked like I believe it was McCautry was going to get a dunk, but he missed it, and yet a third guy was still hustling all the way down the court to get the putback.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Quentin Jones, he made a name for himself last night with that play, and then obviously the thunderous dunk when he drove the lane. And they didn't stop playing. And Georgia was, you could just tell those guys were just shocked. What just happened to us? And it's sure as heck a lot more fun being on this side than that side.
It's just one game, but for the brand around the country, you got Jim Jackson going nuts about Robbie Avila and the SLU brand, the name. I just think that that's invaluable. For the Dukes of the world, they win these kind of games, all the time. I just think for SLU to get in wasn't enough if you're going to take a step as a program. We can talk Michigan, but I just think moving forward, you want Schertz to think, hey, we can win at a decent level here. We want the Big East to think we belong. I just feel like it checked a lot of boxes.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, and then in the way they did it, the style they play, and then being up 40 points against an SEC school. Yeah, I mean, they're I would assume they're most of the top today, combined with obviously High Point and VCU. But just the way they did it was so much fun. Here's my concern, though. If they continue to win, my concern is they're going to continue to duck playing Mizzou. I mean, Mizzou's been wanting to play them for years. What does it do for SLU? It doesn't do a ton for SLU. If they win, they're expected to win. If they lose, it's just bad. So the more run they make in this tournament, the less chance there is that SLU's going to agree to play Mizzou in the future.
Right. And when you see SLU dismantle Georgia and VCU win and Siena darn near knock off Duke and High Point get a win, is the message here that the mid-majors are better than a lot of people think they are?
Oh, I think certainly. That was shown yesterday. I mean, that High Point game was fantastic. That kid making his first two-pointer of the year to win the game was maybe one of my favorite points, not SLU yesterday. VCU win was awesome. I got a kick out of the coach at the end of that game. Here's my concern is he made all those comments about the high majors and the mid-majors, the coach from High Point, and he's going to be at a high major in 2 years, not playing mid-majors. But it was certainly fun to watch. Those games, the SLU game, I was rooting hard for all the teams that won yesterday, and that was good. Other than Howard, I was hoping Howard would win, and they didn't.
You give Mizzou much of a chance to win tonight?
They can. It depends with Mizzou what team shows up. I mean, they are Jekyll and Hyde for sure. So if their good team shows up, then they'll be moving on to the second round. But they can get blown out too the way they play.
All right, then SLU's got Michigan, obviously a tough draw, but I would sense, and you've been in locker rooms, you played in the NCAA, do you think that the vibe, when we say, it's house money, or they'll be carefree, do you think that translates to the players knowing what they're up against?
Yeah, I think they will be confident. I think I told this story a couple weeks ago. I mean, we played Kentucky in the second round. We were confident, but it didn't take long to figure out that they were a lot better than us. Now, this team is better than we were back in 1998, and I think they can play with Michigan, and I think they can beat them. I mean, Coach Schertz said it last night. You don't have to beat them 4 times out of 7. You just have to beat them one night, and it's certainly, especially after last night, not out of the realm of possibility that they win tomorrow.
How do you account for size, which Michigan has and SLU largely doesn't? How do you game plan that?
Obviously, that's tough. Even though last night, I mean, they way out rebounded Georgia, and Georgia was bigger than they were. You got to gang rebound, obviously, and tip the ball. You're not going to be able to grab it probably if you're Robbie, but if he can tip it to somebody, and if your guards are, and they have great rebounders at the guard position with Deion Brown for sure, and Quentin Jones. So, those guards have to rebound because Robbie's not going to be able to. But if Robbie can tip the ball and then somebody can come in behind him and grab the rebound, I think that's what you have to do. And guess what? Schertz is going to draw something up that'll help that, I'm sure. But I think tipping it to one of your teammates and making sure those guards are there to grab the tip, I think is what they're going to have to do.
I think that's what they did last night. There were a ton of rebounds that weren't clean. That it was kind of the secondary guy. So maybe it was a tip or the gang rebound that you're talking about. I thought that was a big story in that first half where Georgia wasn't getting any second looks, and it wasn't just the typical box out, grab the ball. There seemed to be a design there where just have enough bodies there that like the loose balls went right to the second guy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we said it a number of times watching that first half. It was like they are getting every rebound on the defensive end, and a lot of them hit the floor first, because they were tipped, and then the guard who was boxing out the other guard on Georgia picked it up, or just jumped in the air and grabbed it after somebody else tipped it. And that's what they're going to have to do tomorrow, obviously, because it's going to be tough otherwise.
What was it like to be in Pittsburgh? Did you stay for the second day for the Dayton game?
Yes.
Okay, so you had the thrill of the comeback on Friday, and then had to be one of the more, granted, big picture, it didn't really matter, and I think most people felt safe about Selection Sunday, but still, that was a heartbreaking ending.
Heartbreaking, and this is recency bias, but those 26 seconds, there can't be many games that I've watched where there was no timeouts. It went up and down. Both teams made shots in those 26 seconds. I literally fell back in my chair when he tipped that ball in. I was standing up. I remember Robbie hit the three with 6.6 seconds left, and you're just watching that clock go faster, and then he tips it in, and you just fall exhausted into your chair. It was an emotional roller coaster, but in the end, like you said, it was at least helped by the fact that you didn't have to win that game to be playing in the tournament.
And then for the A10, VCU winning gets them into the tournament, so you get two teams in there, both win, and that's more money for the conference. One thing, though, in that meltdown late was not being able to get the ball inbound, and I know Schertz said he asked for a timeout, but that's been an issue. They get real sloppy. I'll tell you what, if as much as we give this coaching staff credit, they need to work on that, because Rammers mentioned it. It's been an issue. They just, for whatever reason, inbounding can be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, that what cost them, obviously, in the game against Dayton, as you mentioned. And it wasn't just that one play. They had two other turnovers trying to get the ball in bounds. They didn't have those troubles last night, so hopefully I would assume it's something they worked on. Why that is, I don't know. But it was frustrating in that Dayton game for sure.
Seems like an easy thing. Throw a pick. Screen somebody. Okay, now I'm open. Is it that easy?
You would think, but that other team's got 5 players against your 4, so that makes it a little bit harder. But it apparently isn't as easy as we think it should be, Doug, because
must not be.
They had troubles with it, and other teams obviously sometimes have troubles with it too.
Well, I don't remember you ever having trouble inbounding the ball.
No, that makes total sense, and I don't either, but I don't remember a lot from 30 years ago, so it might have happened.
I thought you were going to say that because he was on the bench. He couldn't inbound the ball.
Well,
okay.
No.
I didn't say that. I thought that's what you were implying. Ryan Luechtefeld, Del Mar Mortgage, checking in with us, talking Billiken basketball. Luck, good luck to your squad tomorrow, 11:10, St. Louis time, the tip against the one seed, Michigan. Luck, we'll talk to you soon.
You guys have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Ryan Luechtefeld checking in here. The morning after. A texter said, this guy says, Mizzou's ducking SLU. You didn't follow up on that statement. I think that's been the stance from St. Louis U for a long. That's not news.
No, he was saying that SLU is ducking Mizzou. I think he was taking a little shot.
That Mizzou is ducking.
He said saying SLU, unless he was misspoke.
That
he was
Mizzou.
saying, no, that SLU was ducking Mizzou, and that doesn't do much for SLU. That's what he said. I don't know if he was misspeaking.
I thought he was.
That was like a little. I don't know.
The way I heard it,
playful.
he's saying if SLU wants to play Mizzou and Mizzou never wants to play him, this doesn't help because now SLU's even
maybe I
more intimidating.
Misinterpreted.
I think that's what he was saying. But I will, to the texter, that has been a theme for a long time from St. Louis U, that Mizzou won't play us. That's not news. If that's the Billikens' perspective.
SLU would play Mizzou every year.
And they more or less have said that. Yeah. But now Sir Tripod says papers. All right, I'll go back and listen.
I thought that's what he was. I thought it was like either a playful little shot.
I'm sorry, what did you mean?
I thought it was kind of playful.
Okay. Well, I'm sure it was playful. But I mean,
yeah, at the state of the programs right now, I've said all year, it's a toss-up. Who's the better team this year? I think SLU proved last night that when the light shines the brightest, they're ready to play.
I'll tell you what's not a toss-up, and that's Design Air beating the best HVAC company in town.
Attaboy.
And they have been for a long, long time. You know when they started? 1904. Can you imagine that? Since 1904, they have been keeping St. Louis homes comfortable at Design Air. Not just another HVAC company, also the longest running sponsor on TMA. We appreciate the loyalty. Seth Goldkamp, 4th generation family member, running that business today. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and perhaps most importantly, home of the handsome repairman. Don't forget about Scott. Normally he's very mild-mannered, but if a furnace acts up, he turns into War Scoots. And that's who you want working on your equipment. Design Air. brings the heat.
I just got a text from Ryan Luechtefeld. You heard it right. It was a shot that didn't work.
So he was joking.
He was saying that SLU ducks Mizzou, and it would do nothing for SLU to play because if they win, they're supposed to win.
Oh, okay.
So I heard it.
So the joke.
And I didn't. I was looking at you guys, and I was like, "You guys picking up on this?" And
I thought it was because it has been a theme for years that Mizzou refused to play. So he's saying
he was BS.
Okay.
He was taking a shot.
We're so good.
He was taking a
we
shot.
can't afford to take on Mizzou because it would hurt.
He was taking a shot.
Okay.
He said it was a shot that didn't work. So I picked up on it, but I didn't. I thought maybe it was misspeak. I didn't know what you guys were seeing, so I was like, oh, well, it's good. I heard it.
I suppose if you play that out and SLU scheduled Mizzou and got beat more years than not, it wouldn't help their record.
Yeah, but I think they would love to play a Power 5 school.
I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would
I'd
like to. But
I would love for Mizzou to do it. I've been on record saying I want Mizzou to play them.
Poor Ryan. He gets a little line off, and now it leads to great debate. People, wrong, Martin. It was a sarcastic jab. Guys, it was confusing. Papers is right, but he may have misspoke.
Okay, let's get through it.
Okay.
Let's work our way through this.
Why don't we just take a break?
I agree.
Okay, that would work.
BK Ferraro coming up 11 o'clock. They'll be live all day, both shows, BK and Ferraro and Fastlane at Ray's Sports House in Soulard. Oh, I hate when there's confusion on the show. We've got to clarify. We've got to clean it up, folks. Nothing confusing about Schnucks. You go there, get your groceries, you're going to save money. It's that simple. They've been doing this for a long time now, reducing prices throughout the store. And for a while, we used to count, hey, they're up to $2,000, up to $2,300. They stopped counting because those prices went down and they stayed down. They're doing their best right now to keep prices low, and that includes other ways to save, like the Schnucks Rewards program. When you check out, you can check your rewards account. Sometimes there's money in there. You want to use those $15. Take it off the price. You want to save, build it up over time. You check out, you get $30, $40 in there. That's a lot of fun. You can also do the Boost program. That's something new on the app. It's a way to save and play. And as you play, you save. It's all part of the Boost program, which has been launched by our friends at Schnucks. And you get those alerts, things that you often buy. If there's any special savings, it comes right to you. You can also grab the paper copy of the weekly ads when you walk in the store. And then on the way out, grab next week's ads as well. You're always working ahead, saving money at your neighborhood Schnucks. Doug, it's hard being all things to all people. Trying to check a lot of boxes here. We got you ready for the Blues in Vancouver, I think, pretty well.
Yeah.
We got you all set for that game. Joey Vitale checked in. That was back in the 8 o'clock hour. We've talked to a lot of Billikens. Tim McKernan checking in. Ryan Luechtefeld. Heard from Coach Schertz and Robbie Avila and the gang a little bit earlier. We talked some Mizzou with Gabe DeArmond. And we got behind and we didn't get to the Chuck Norris. The legend has died at the age of 86. And by all accounts, his career did take off a little bit later. They said the karate films, A Force of One, An Eye for an Eye, that were in the kind of the 80s. And then it became Texas Walker Ranger. He would have been in his 50s when that came about, but the Chuck Norris jokes are prominent, right? How many people, I just need one Chuck Norris, died at the age of 86. That had just been reported there was a medical emergency recently. But the family confirming that TMZ had it first, Doug. They get
They always do. Yeah.
Every celebrity death.
They say Chuck Norris held black belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Taekwondo, and Tang Soo Do. What the hell is that? How do you have to hit a man to be proficient in Tang Soo Do?
The picture they use, the family, I guess his official photo, it looks AI generated, but somebody said, don't worry, guys, he'll be 50 forever on the late night infomercials.
Oh, that's true.
R.I.P.
Quite a career.
Yeah, we'll take your Chuck Norris thoughts on the Air Comfort Service inbox. We did talk Mizzou, but we have the Mizzou players who were back in the building where they were beaten soundly by Illinois. That was a 43-point loss back in December, the bragging rights game, and now here they are, those same players, back in the STL.
Yeah, you get Ant Robinson here, Mark Mitchell, and Trent Pierce in that order.
Last time we played here, I believe it was a turning point. We was able to reflect, but, we're far past that, and we're here now, and we're just going to be living in the moment.
I think that's what powered us to get back to the place we were. As I said before, after Christmas, it was dark days for us, and we used that and fueled us to beat Florida, to beat Kentucky, to get back in the mix, and to be in the tournament. Because after that, they wrote us off. So it definitely was a turning point. It's kind of ironic that we're back here at the same place.
I think it really has allowed us to look within ourselves as a team. Obviously, that game was terrible for us, and we really had to take some time off and reflecting, and then we came back to the team, and we talked with coaches, and we just got together, and I think we really were able to dig deep and just figure out what needed to change going forward into SEC play, conference play, and we did just that, and so that's why we're here now.
Well, they took some time off. I like that. We always take time off when we have a bad show.
Take time away.
Right. It's important. I have to think that once they take the court and the building is 95% Mizzou fans, they're going to put out even a little bit more effort than they might, hustle just a little bit more, play a tighter defense, get up and down the court just a little bit more with the energy they're going to get from the crowd. Yeah. Maybe that'll be the difference.
You got to. You get a gift like this where you get to play, a favorable draw as opposed to like having to play in Dayton on Tuesday or Wednesday. Mm-hmm. And instead you're playing in front of your home fans pretty much. You got to use that to your advantage. You got to go on some scoring runs, create turnovers. There's nothing that gets a crowd going more than, stealing a pass in the passing lanes and going up and dunking. You're not going to be wearing white tonight. Miami's going to be wearing white because, they're the higher ranked team. You got to go out there and show, hey, you're going to come to the Show Me State. You got to show me something.
You think the color of the uniforms is going to matter?
No, but if like a home game, you're often wearing white. But they're not wearing white tonight because they're. Hey, listen, they're saying Miami's better than you. How are you going to respond to that? How are you going to respond to that?
Are you a jersey freak? I know your football uniforms is a big deal. What about in basketball? I haven't heard
not
you.
So much.
Okay.
Basketball.
What do they wear tonight? Papers all like
they'll go probably the black uniforms.
They've got good basketball uniforms.
Yeah, they've done.
I like the Big M. Yeah. They kind of went back to 80s, 90s look.
Yeah, I think it looks good.
Yeah, I do too.
Love the shorts. They have the paw print on the shorts. Uh-huh. Use the paw print more for the Tigers logos.
I just think
1-800-CAT-PAW.
Kids that age, college sports in general, and kids that age, it's such an emotional thing. And when you can get that extra adrenaline push from a crowd, it can really be the difference.
Couldn't agree more.
When you got kids that are 18 and 19 that might get a little spooked by the moment, Skipper would say, somebody spooked on the mound. How many Miami fans in the house? There were probably some local grads.
For sure.
Kevin Wheeler and a couple other guys.
That's an alumni base that's got some money. So I would imagine
maybe a couple flights coming in from South Florida.
I would imagine.
Nevin Shapiro, Marlins man, maybe sitting front and center.
Joining people coming back from spring training for Cardinals games. Yeah. It's a nice little flight.
Maybe a few. I'd be stunned if there's very many.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be a ton.
Our guy Eli Hoff from the Post-Dispatch covers Mizzou. This was a little bit ago. He said, I did a quick scan of Ticketmaster, the get-in price for St. Louis, second session of the games, which would be Purdue versus Queens, Miami, and Mizzou, substantially the most expensive. So right now you have games San Diego, Philadelphia, Tampa, and St. Louis. And you have a total of 4 locations, but 8 sessions. The top price is St. Louis's second session, the Mizzou night, $210.
It's a little less than in
Cheapest.
supply and demand.
Yeah, $210.
School us, Doug.
I was well, there's a lot of demand for the tickets here because Missouri's playing.
And
so
supply
the
is
price goes
finite.
up.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's still 19,000, a big old building.
Yeah.
But a lot of Mizzou fans.
A lot of Purdue fans.
I
too,
was
probably.
impressed by how many Billiken fans made the trip to Buffalo.
Yeah, agreed.
If you were a student, if you were, let's say, and I don't know if they're on break right now, but if you were in school this week, and I'm not sure, maybe they're out of school, and you watch the Thursday game at Humphreys or wherever, and they win, do you get in the car on Friday and hightail it to Buffalo? Probably if you're a college kid, wouldn't you load up
You
and go?
could theoretically sleep in your car. It would just cost you.
What would it be, about 16 hours maybe or something? To get
Yeah,
there?
I mean that would be but if they lose and then you're driving back.
Saturday right after the game.
Everybody today just puts it on credit card. You never feel it anyway.
Yeah.
So you're saying
Get supply
fly,
demand
sure.
and then credit card debt. That's your.
Well, you could darn near fly to Buffalo for what you could drive there.
Yeah, probably.
With the gas prices, yeah.
Gas, and you're going to stop to eat 3 or 4 times, and
we'll just pack some unsalted.
4 times. Maybe you won't stop to eat 4 times.
Doug, jeez. What are you riding with Majerus's ghost?
Twice at least.
Culver's. There's another Culver's. In 2019, Dr. Chaffetz bought a bunch of plane tickets for SLU students.
Oh, really?
I think he flew like 100 or 200 kids out to San Jose. If you had that kind of money,
That's exactly.
is that what you would
Especially
do?
for a guy like him
who's passionate about SLU.
put his stamp on the program in such a major way.
And they were playing. That's after the A10 run.
Yeah.
And they were a one and done in the tournament. But he flew out 100 or 200 kids.
It's awesome.
Just to go to the game.
Yeah.
You know what else is awesome?
What?
The sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour, Healthcare Revolution, who Doug and I have both worked with, Tim has worked with, and I think our listeners would enjoy working with them as well.
Sure they
If you want real answers and same-day pain relief, Healthcare Evolution has a novel concept. When you have a medical issue, get real answers and same-day pain relief from Healthcare Evolution online at healthcare-evolution.com. No waiting for appointments, no waiting on answers, no insurance hassles. Healthcare Evolution will give you real answers and same-day pain relief on the spot. Get rid of those nagging injuries. And right now in the month of March, if you let them know you are a TMA listener, you get 10% off. 10% discount during the month of March for TMA listeners when you go to healthcare-evolution.com and see firsthand the same benefits I've received with Healthcare Evolution. They provide precise imaging and assessment to identify pain and precise placement of medication. It's Healthcare Evolution. 10% off for TMA listeners at healthcare-evolution.com in the month of March.
90-95% Mizzou seems like a stretch. Don't write off the large Purdue contingent.
Yeah, I think there's
so Purdue, and they'll hang around
for sure
because you're going to buy those tickets. You'll stay.
Yeah, I mean,
80% Mizzou, maybe.
Yeah, I would say 75.
I think that might even be a little
still
high.
too
So you
high.
got your generic St. Louis sports fan that may have wanted to go. There's a few, and then Purdue's a heavy, and then who's Purdue playing? Queen. Don't write off Queens.
Right.
Well, I'm
The
writing them
Royals.
off. I'm going to go ahead and write them
We saw how many watch parties they're having.
They what did it say? 5 or 6 cities?
Yeah.
Martin, what's the latest there with the Royals fans? Well, yeah, I saw a guy in a Queens T-shirt, but I don't know if it was Queens, New York.
Yeah.
I saw him at the Metrolink across from my live shot,
Yeah.
and I just can't tell.
Yeah.
And I was going to go ask him, hey, are you a fan of Queens University, Charlotte, the Royals? Oh, gosh, he appears to have a weapon. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
But good on St. Louis. Beautiful day. There weren't a lot of fans, walking around yesterday, but they're probably getting into town.
Yeah.
And then you've got games at 11:15, 1:50 slated start times. And then they clear the building, although we mentioned you could probably just hide in a stall if you really are cheap. Just open to stick around for the late session. And then Purdue at night. How about that? A lot of pressure on Purdue, too. It's funny because they have a weird recent history. They were the national runner-up 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And then 3 years ago, they were a 1 and got beat by a 16.
Fairleigh Dickinson.
Yeah. It's the tournament.
Yeah. It's not called March to be expected.
No.
But I think you mentioned possibly interviewing a fan with a weapon. It's probably a good idea.
Did I? Yes, I did.
Never to interview someone with a weapon in case you get off a bad question.
Yeah, probably.
Shy away from that.
It's a terrible question. Sorry.
Something they don't teach.
Pulls out some nunchucks.
Got a holster.
Whips you with a nunchuck.
They don't teach that in journalism school, but you learn it on the streets.
Yeah, you learn Krav Maga when you now do it.
Whenever there's anything negative down, I do think of Doug. So last night we're getting ready to go live for Charlotte or Des Moines or wherever it was, and they're like 1 minute. And an ambulance just comes roaring by.
Of course.
Like loud sirens. And I'm like, oh, please don't stop. And back of the live shot, just keep going, please. And we go live now to St. Louis, Missouri.
Yeah, that looks like you're covering a homicide or something.
Yes. And then one of them, there were a bunch of young kids jumping around and back. And I wanted to turn around and yell, curfew! Where's the curfew?
Yeah, very good. That's good stuff.
We're representing the STL. A lot of Chuck Norris thoughts coming in. Chuck Norris became, what would that be, Doug? Was he a meme as well as just kind of it wasn't a
cultural icon.
Cultural icon. He'll be back. Death doesn't hunt Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris chases death.
There you go.
Guys, the giraffe was invented after Chuck Norris uppercut a horse.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I like that one.
Don't worry, guys. He'll be back in 3 days, Chuck Norris.
Now that's sacrilegious.
Yeah. I picked up on that one even.
Martin, you said Texas Walker Ranger. It's Walker, Texas Ranger. Did I have a dyslexic read on that?
Yeah, Texas
Yeah,
Walker.
it's two Fox.
Yeah, it's a big T.
Texas Walker Ranger. It's Walker, Texas Ranger. Do better. I must have said now a bunch of people.
Okay, get over it, people.
Martin, the infamous Texas, the Walker Ranger.
Yeah.
That's a really dyslexic
Name's
moment.
Texas, and I range.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Texas Walker Ranger?
Yeah.
Ranger Walker,
I'm going to have to go back and do, I may need to take some time away.
Yeah, you might need some, dip back into my Advil bottle.
Oof. Guys, SLU is a 13-point underdog to open Jugs in D.C.
Yeah, 12.5 is what I'm seeing right now.
Mm-hmm. All right. We will we'll take you up to 11 o'clock. That's what we'll do on this show.
Exactly.
Including the winner of the email of the day. It's all coming up on TMA.
FanDuel is offering an early win on your pre-live moneyline bets for college basketball when your team goes up 10 points and it stays a win no matter how the game ends. Did you get that? Win or lose, if your team takes a lead of 10 or more points, then it's a win for you. And don't forget, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Martin Kilcoyne has a play for you today.
All right, Kentucky is favored by 2.5 over Santa Clara. It's the early game at Enterprise Center, and I don't know. I just think Kentucky's had a weird year. I'll take the Broncos and the points.
Okay. Martin likes the Broncos and the points. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started and bet the bracket with FanDuel now. You must be 21 and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Tokens are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including token expiration, market requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
He has quite that much to give him.
Guys, Chuck Norris didn't read books. Just stared at him until they gave up the information he needed. Feels like this could be like a Tim theme for some of the listeners, right?
Very similar.
Yeah.
Although, as far as I know, Tim is not schooled in Tang Soo Do.
You don't know that, though.
I don't. You're correct.
Yeah.
That may be what he's doing.
That's
in
what I was
Florida
about to say. I think he's taking lessons.
Crash course from a Korean master.
Chuck Norris went to the Virgin Islands. Now they're just called the Islands.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one.
He didn't breathe.
Adult karate.
He holds air hostage.
Adult karate classes are funny. Seeing folks like in the whole get up, fully grown adults, always makes me giggle.
You see that a lot, do you?
Well, there's a moment. Not DTF St. Louis Chairman Kurt has like a dance class kind of moment, not necessarily karate class kind of moment. But Kramer in Seinfeld was doing adult karate classes with. Are you okay there, Martin?
That was my shook. No, I tried to do a Kramer.
Oh, okay.
Do you think I had a stroke?
I thought something happened over there. Like
I got electricity running through my body.
Yeah, you got like tased.
You said Kramer, and
Okay, all right.
It wasn't a great Kramer.
You guys didn't pick up on the Luechtefeld shot. I didn't pick up on the Kramer impression.
Yeah, with it.
We're even.
Ranger, Texas Walker. Guys,
Texas Ranger Walker.
Yeah. How about Crouppen and Brown?
Crouppen and Brown.
Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of the Morning After. Online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Local, founded here in St. Louis in 1979. And they know that the importance of having a local law firm cannot be overstated. One that knows how to handle the big national insurance companies and the local courts. Brown and Crouppen's part of the St. Louis community. They value it. And after an accident, money can be tight. That's why Brown and Crouppen offers so much for free. You can always call for free any day, anytime. Your first consultation's always free. They come to you for free, whether it's at home or in the hospital. At Brown and Crouppen, it won't cost too much because you pay nothing up front and they never get paid unless you do. When you're a client, all questions are answered for free. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Guys, Cyclone fans have all the session tickets are going to be there for the all games all weekend. So you may see some of that. Maybe like a Kentucky fan may want to just ball out all day.
If you're going to make the trip, make it worth your while.
And they love that ball, that hoop rock down in Lexington.
Yep, in for a penny, in for a pound.
But so you're saying there could be thousands of fans hiding in the men's room?
No, I think they
actually purchased.
That would be the issue with the hideout stalls. You would no longer have a seat. That seat you had would be someone else's seat.
Yeah.
But if you're willing to wait on the bathroom probably 3 hours, I think the last thing you're concerned about, you just want to...
With your feet on the toilet.
I mean, that's how you have to do it, right?
Hunched over so they don't see your head peeking out.
God, you walk out of there looking like a question mark.
Yeah, unless the ushers go through every restroom stall.
Yeah.
How'd you like that job?
Yeah, you want to volunteer as stall monitor?
Let's flush them out, boys.
Maybe my guy who was turning out all the lights on all the live shots, he could now be in charge of the stalls.
Yeah.
Not in my building. Not in my arena.
Yeah, like in a horror movie when they're breaking down all the stall doors to see if someone's in there.
TMA is brought to you by Crouppen and Brown, we're saying now. 10 o'clock hour here, and it's Soulard in joke only for people texting in. It's our little thing here.
Sure.
We're seeing if it'll catch on.
Yeah, we're trying to start something here.
It's TMA on 101 ESPN.
VIP Auto Accessories, your one-stop shop with Tommy Cebulka and Brian Gray. You can count on VIP Auto Accessories because they have 4 departments under one roof. So you might be thinking, oh, I got to go to this place, and then I got to go to another place, and now I got another place to take care of it all. No, no, no. Just go to VIPAutoAccessories.com, and it's a one-stop shop to take care of all of your needs right there. Commercial upfits, graphic solutions, hail repair, and touch-up aftermarket. It's all there for you. If it can be done, VIP Auto Accessories can probably do it. Window tinting is a lifetime warranty. Window tints are big in the summer. I'm getting my car tinted because it keeps the kids cool in the car. Hail repairs, new and big this time of year with the storms in the St. Louis spring. Go to them with an idea. VIP Auto Accessories will make it work and get it done the right way. It's VIP Auto Accessories, your one-stop shop. Online at VIPAutoAccessories.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We got Blues and Canucks tomorrow evening, pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Team 8 on 101 ESPN, almost wrapped up here and about to hand it off to BK and Ferrari at Ray's Sports House, which Papers tells me is a Mizzou bar down there in Soulard.
Yep.
Ray's Sports
It's
House.
a great time, man. It's a great spot.
The gang's going to be there from 11 until 6. And we do have a winner of the designer email today. But we also have a word from Doug. The sponsor of the phone line is Collier and Thompson.
You could have a nice new bar in your home or maybe a man cave to watch the NCAA tournament.
Now we're
Collier and
talking.
Thompson. Boy, they could do something up real nice. If you like it this year, sorry, you missed the boat. You're a little late on that. It does take some time for the design process, but you could, Collier and Thompson could whip something up for you for the bulk of the baseball season or football season. But do give them time because they do things right at Collier and Thompson. They don't just slap something together. They do it absolutely better than anyone in town, and they have been doing that since the 1950s. Head out to their showroom. It's on Manchester out in Baldwin. Take a little look-see around. They specialize in kitchens and bath. Get some great ideas on what you can do to turn your home into a 21st century showplace. That's what we want our houses to look like, a 21st century showplace. And they can do that at Collier and Thompson, C&T I call them sometime, or on today's show, I guess it could be Thompson and Collier. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to be there to back up the work at Collier and Thompson. They stand behind every job that they do. They're always going to be available for you. They get done with a project and you don't like it, something's wrong with it, they will come out there and make sure that you do like it. AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. All their workers are insured. Collier and Thompson is the way to go if you have any part of your house that needs sprucing up. Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
The Mizzou game tonight, Miami on True TV, and then SLU and the Illini both on CBS tomorrow. SLU's game 11:10 STL time against Michigan, Illinois, 6:50 the tip against VCU. Papers, what do you have for the winner?
We have another new winner to add to the month for the Schaefer Door Company prize of the $5,000 garage door, which we'll give at the end of the month to the person with the most emails wins of the month. Chet's neighbor and poor film student each have 3 wins, and now We Too Low has a win. Winning today, We Too Low picks up this win on the 20th of March.
Went with a little bit of a poem, a little rhyme.
First email read, too, which is, we always talk about recency bias, but that was the first email we read.
We love poetry and outstanding literature.
We do. We're we're an intellectual show.
I think so.
At our core.
Yeah. Little historical footnote there.
Yeah.
The first email wins the prize. All right, BK Ferrari next. Have a great weekend. We'll talk some ball. Back with you on Monday.